Handbags and Hooligans by Laina Turner. Narrated by Ashley Olery. Prologue. "Where is it, bitch?" he snarled, dumping the contents of her purse. She watched as her wallet, lipsticks, compact, and other toiletries fell to the ground. She hoped someone would notice she was gone and come look for her before he realized he wasn't going to find what he was looking for. When he figured that out, it was going to be trouble. "I told you, I don't have it," she said. "You're lying." He walked closer, and she backed up to the building. "He knows I just stepped out for a smoke. He'll be coming to look for me if I'm not back in a few minutes." "You're lying, sweetness." "I know you don't smoke. I noticed that night we were all together. You didn't smoke or drink." "Care to tell me why?" Damn. She never in a million years would have thought anyone at that party would notice. Shit. Who else had? She was running out of options. She had no doubt he would kill her if he thought she was of no use to him. "Don't come any closer, I'm warning you." "Ha, like I have anything to fear from you." He took another step. She reached behind her back, hoping he wouldn't notice. But he was too busy trying not to stare at her cleavage to pay any attention to her arms. Guys. This time, being a slimeball was going to cost him his life. She put her fingers around the butt of the gun she had stuffed into the waistband of her shorts. She drew her arm out and said in her best Dirty Harry voice, "Go ahead, asshole. Make my day." A bit dramatic, she knew, but the fun part of the reason she went into this line of work to begin with. He started to laugh again, but sobered up quickly when he realized she was holding a gun. He put his arm up to try knocking it out of his face, but her arm barely budged. She was stronger than she looked. His eyes widened in surprise. "Maybe you should rethink the being scared part, asshole," she said. He recovered quickly and made another step toward her. "Don't move one step closer. This is your last warning." "Or what?" He took one more step. "Or this." She pulled back the hammer, and then the trigger. Clean shot right between the eyes. She was a good shot. She didn't want this to happen, but he had left her no choice. She quickly looked around. Surely someone had heard that. She didn't have the silencer on. She grabbed her purse. It was, after all, Louis Vuitton, but left the contents, as it was all replaceable. The back door opened, and a hulking guy stood in the doorway looking at her, and the dead guy bleeding out on the asphalt. "What the hell?" he said. "He left me no option. Besides, the world will be better off without him. You need to fix this. I have to get out of here." "Do you have the goods?" "Yes." "Okay. You know where to go. I'll call you when it's safe." With one last look over her shoulder, she turned the corner and vanished. Chapter 1. Oh my God, would this day never end? I thought to myself, ducking into a Starbucks to get out of the rain. When I finally got to Tracy's, I was feeling a little better after my coffee, but still looked like a drowned rat. A drowned rat with frizzy hair, nonetheless. And there I was, supposed to be able to inspire other women to want to buy the Mary Kay product, to look as wonderful as I did. Fat chance. I would be lucky if they didn't run screaming, as my makeup, I'm sure, was as big of a mess as my hair. Almost afraid to look, I walked into Tracy's building and noticed one positive thing. I was 15 minutes early. How that happened? I didn't know, but wasn't going to question it. It would be just enough time to try and make myself look at least somewhat presentable and find out from Tracy just what I was supposed to do here. I almost regretted telling her I would try my hand at selling Mary Kay. I had no idea Tracy was so passionate, even bordering on the fanatic about it. As soon as I invested and bought my starter kit, Tracy completely changed into this sort of Mary Kay Nazi. I had to give her credit. She knew her stuff. But she almost scared me with her talk of quotas and goals and how everyone should be striving for that pink Cadillac. When I mentioned I would in no way be caught dead in a pink Cadillac, the look in her eyes almost made me fear for my life. I quickly tried to backtalk my way out of it, but Tracy still seemed suspicious of my commitment level, like I was an enemy or something. I had paid the $300 for the starter kit and supplies and was determined to sell enough to recoup my investment. How hard could that be? At the commission rate, I only needed to sell $600 worth of product. I had enough friends that I could sell that much. Couldn't I? Lucky for me, Tracy and I didn't have a lot of mutual friends. Walking into Tracy's apartment, I forced myself to have a positive attitude about this whole experience. I may have looked like a drowned rat, but my outfit, while damp, was a confidence-boosting light blue Donna Karan suit, an above-the-knee flared skirt, and a fitted jacket. I had on a black shell and black knee boots. As October in Chicago could get chilly, Tracy's apartment was located in a decent area of Chicago, and the outside was okay, but the inside of her place was something else. Not that it wasn't nice, but no one, her friends that is, had the heart to tell Tracy country had gone out of fashion a while ago. Her apartment was decked out in country blues and peach, with all the typical country accents such as geese and, in the kitchen, chickens. It almost made me wonder how she was so good with fashion and makeup, and very successful, when her home decor tastes ran way in the other direction of what was trendy. She obviously liked it, and I was sure there were others out there this would appeal to, but every time I visited Tracy's, it made me wonder what she was thinking. It felt like my grandma's, circa 1980. "Hi, Tracy," I said, walking into her kitchen to find her busy with the last-minute preparations for the soiree. "Hey there, Press. I didn't even hear you come in. Here, taste this bruschetta. I think it might need a little more garlic, but then since I love garlic, it's sort of hard to tell." I took a bite. This is great, Tracy. I think it's perfect. Any more garlic might be too much for those non-garlic lovers. Okay, then. I'll just put the trays out in the living room. If you want to come with me, I'll explain to you what the plan is for the night. I followed her in the living room, comforted by the fact that even if the sales thing didn't work for me, there was some good food. Walking into my condo, I kicked off my shoes and plopped down on my chocolate-brown Pottery Barn couch, which I loved because it was the most comfortable thing I had ever sat on. Without even taking off my coat, I sighed. "Rough day, sugar?" One of my best friends, and now roommate Jared, said. "Rough doesn't even begin to describe it. Who would have thought catering to women and trying to make them look good would be so difficult?" "Really?" Jared said dryly. "Did you think you were the only high-maintenance chick out there?" "Listen, there is high maintenance, and there is off the charts. These women were off the charts. I don't see how Tracy deals with it full-time. The women who shop in silk aren't even as bad as these women were." "You think you aren't off the charts?" "We're not talking about me," I said crossly. "You're supposed to be giving me some sympathy for what I have had to put up with today." Jared was usually great for boosting my self-esteem and letting me vent. Typically, he agreed and supported everything I said, which was what made him such a great friend. We had been friends since I moved to Chicago and met him at a club my girlfriend Anna and I went to, not realizing it was a gay club. I made a fool of myself by approaching him, planning on chatting him up, when thankfully he stopped me and explained we were in a gay bar. He said it was obvious we had no clue. It was an interesting experience, and we met some wonderful people like Jared in the process. quickly becoming good friends. A few months ago when his lease was up, and they were going to raise his rent, and I was having some cash flow issues, we decided to kill two birds with one stone and move in together. For the most part, it had worked out beautifully. Jared had a good job as a graphic designer. Neither one of us has had a serious boyfriend at the moment, though not from choice, and he was a blast to hang out with. Of medium height. He had jet black hair and blue eyes. He had a slight build and the best fashion sense of any guy or girl, gay or straight, I knew. So I always had him as a fashion advisor when we went out. When you get done feeling sorry for yourself at having to deal with your high-maintenance woman of Chicago, give Anna a call. She has called here looking for you at least 10 times. Did she tell you what she wanted? No. You didn't ask? Of course I did, but she said she had to talk to you. So call her now so I can find out what is so important. I've been dying over here not knowing. Okay, look, I'm dialing, see? I was exaggerating the process while I was making fun of Jared. I was really curious to know why Anna had tried calling. She had been blowing up my cell, too. I just hadn't looked at it since before the party. It's about time, she yelled when she answered. What's going on? I was at Tracy's, which I told you earlier. We're going to Vegas. Yeah, for the bachelorette party. We're planning it October 13th. My friend Anna had just decided to get married a couple months before, and after being together for a few years, neither of them had wanted a long engagement. Thus, she had been driving her mother and me, as maid of honor, crazy with planning, even though we both had told her that planning a wedding in a couple of months was guaranteed to turn her into a bridezilla. No, for the wedding. What? Surely I hadn't heard her correctly. For the wedding. Let me sit down. Jared was looking expectantly at me. Anna, I'm putting you on speaker so Jared can hear this too. He's dying to know what's going on. That's fine. Now let me get this straight. You want to go to Vegas and get married? Yes. We're both tired of this planning stuff, and it's all snowballed into something crazy that neither of us want. I guess I don't understand. You said you wanted a big wedding. I did. I still kind of do, but it's just not worth it. What about your mom? She's put a lot of planning into this. She actually suggested it. We got in an argument over flowers, and she said if I didn't like her ideas, maybe we should go get married in Vegas. So I said, okay. Do you really think she actually meant it, or was she just mad? She was just mad, but when I said okay, she was shocked. We talked about it, and then she made some calls and was able to get all her deposits back but one, and is giving us the deposit money for the Vegas trip. It will cover everything in Vegas. We already checked, so my dad and her are saving a ton, and everyone is happy. I found it odd I wasn't happy. I hadn't wanted to plan the wedding this quickly, and she had been getting on my nerves, so I should have been happy, but I felt some disappointment. I had been enjoying all the fuss, but I would also like Vegas, and my brother was there, plus it was her day, not mine. I'm all for it. When do we leave? Wednesday. As in this Wednesday? 2 days from now? Yep. As soon as we hang up, I'm getting the plane tickets for all of us. You and Jared are coming from my side, and Jeff's 2 best friends are coming. Yeah, Vegas, here we come, baby, yelled Jared. I hung up with Anna after a few more minutes of discussing logistics and thought I should call my brother Jesse. My brother, who at 26 was a few years younger than me, was the typical baby of the family, or at least he was in my opinion, spoiled, with no direction. He was always off from one thing to another, and while our parents were always on my case about what I was going to do with my life, they seemed to think it was okay for him to still be finding himself. He lasted briefly in college, before trying a variety of jobs, such as a zipline instructor in Mexico and a river guide in the Grand Canyon. He was almost discovered while acting in Los Angeles, and was at that moment trying his hand as a blackjack dealer in Las Vegas. Looking at my faux Cartier watch, I mentally calculated the time difference and figured at 6 p.m. Vegas time. He probably wasn't working yet, if he was still working the night shift. I hit speed dial on my phone and waited for him to pick up. "Hey, sis. What's up?" "I'm coming out to Vegas Wednesday." "Why?" I mean, that's great. I'm thrilled, but just the other day you said you didn't have the money to come." "I don't, but Anna has now decided to fly to Vegas to get married," I said, filling him in on the whole story. "Cool. I'll pick you guys up at the airport. I have a friend with an SUV that I think seats 8. Just don't forget that Anna and I pack a lot of luggage." "I won't." He laughed. "See you soon." Chapter 2. Wednesday a.m. This is so exciting. What? Being at the airport at 5 a.m, flying to Vegas, or just the fact that you're getting married? I said to Anna. I think all of the above. I'm not too wild about being up this early, but I can see why you're excited. As soon as I have more coffee, I will be too. Your coffee, me lady, Jared said, walking up to me. Oh, Jared, you're a lifesaver. A few swigs of this, and maybe I'll feel somewhat coherent. Where are Jeff and his friends? Jared asked. They went to Hudson News to get some snacks and magazines, Anna replied. Are they dressed in matching jogging suits? He asked. Anna had gotten the three of us the cheapest sweatpants and jacket outfit. Mine and Anna's were white, with a pink bedazzled bride for her and a bridesmaid for me on the back of the jacket. Jared's was a black set with the same pink rhinestone, bridesmaid, spelled out on the back. Neither of us had been too thrilled, but it was her special day, so we gave in with a minimal amount of grumbling. No matching outfits for Jeff and his friends. I tried to get them T-shirts, but they refused to wear them. Not surprising, Jared replied, though it doesn't seem quite fair we couldn't refuse. Oh, stop. Just get in the spirit of things. The flight attendant started calling rows for seating. We were all split up in couples, Jared and I, Anna and Jeff's two friends. I had plans of sleeping on the plane and told Jared not to bother me once we got seated and took off. Wake up, Sleeping Beauty. Jared nudged me awake. We are getting ready for landing, and seats and tray tables need to be put back in the upright position, he said, imitating the flight attendants, one of which he had shamefully flirted with the entire flight, or at least the entire time I was awake. I yawned. That day had started out at the crack of dawn after maybe 2 hours of sleep. I had, surprisingly enough, managed to get my shifts covered at Silk. Being the boss helps. And James, the owner, knew he needed me, so he didn't give me any more than his usual hard time. And I told Tracy I would have to put off her Mary Kay career another week. Actually, I thought Tracy was more annoyed than James. Tracy's passion for Mary Kay was a little over the top. She didn't understand how I could put it off longer. She even tried to get me to promise to try and sell some while in Vegas. I told her that wouldn't be right to do for Anna's wedding. Looking out the window, I could start to see some of the city from the air. I was excited at the prospect of getting away for a few days and visiting Vegas. It was a Wednesday, and we weren't leaving to come home till Sunday. The flight attendant talking got my attention, and I looked at Jared. Did she actually say it was 85 degrees? Already? At 9 a.m? I groaned. What do you expect when you're in Vegas in September? Feel lucky it's not July. Besides, it's not like Chicago heat. This is dry heat, and much more tolerable than that hot, humid air of the Midwest. Says you. Thank goodness for air conditioning. You know what this is going to do to my hair, I said subconsciously, patting it while looking at my outfit. It was a little wrinkled, but not bad for a 4-hour flight I mostly slept on. I slipped back on my pink espadrilles, and leaned back, still trying to force myself all the way awake. I could really use some coffee. "Buck up, girlfriend," Jared said. "I told you this is dry heat. Your hair will be fine. Besides, I'm not going to listen to you whine about your hair or the heat or anything else when we are in the Sin City. We're here to have fun, like the couple across the aisle from us." I leaned forward and looked, taking in what seemed like any other normal couple on a flight. Leaning back in my seat, I looked at Jared. "Why? What's so special about them?" "They're fearless, that's what. While you were sleeping and drooling on my shoulder, our friends over there were creating their own version of the Mile High Club." "They went in the bathroom and had sex? People really do that?" "Of course they really do that. But it wasn't that. I said their own version." The girl lay down on her boyfriend's lap, and at first I thought, how sweet. He covered her with a blanket and everything. But then I noticed he started to slowly cover her face with the blanket. "Seems like that would get too hot, but hardly any big deal." "Let me finish, would ya?" Jared snapped playfully. "You're always interrupting me." "Fine, sorry, finish." "Well..." He leaned closer to whisper in her ear. I noticed the blanket started moving, so she wasn't sleeping. Yet she wasn't coming out from underneath there either, with her boyfriend. Oh, God. I hope that was her boyfriend, not some random plane stranger. Jared shuddered at the thought. Anyways, he had his eyes shut. To make a long story short, she didn't come out from under the blanket until he came, if you know what I mean. My jaw dropped. "What?" "Shh. You're screwing with me," I said in an angry whisper. "No, I'm not, sugar. That boy had himself a fun plane ride." I leaned forward to look again at the couple. The guy was good-looking, but still. I mean, really? What would possess a girl to do that? On a plane? He wasn't that good-looking. Let's focus on why we're here. That is just too disturbing, and I need to get it out of my head. Our job here is to get Anna married off. Let's not forget that. Please, you know you wanted to get away from your dead-end job. This just gave you a chance. Besides, it shouldn't take us long to wrap up the wedding stuff, and then we can enjoy the rest of our time here. It's Vegas. We can have fun no matter what we're doing. I certainly hope so. Not because I want to just enjoy our time out here. Although, that would be nice. We need to play some slots when we get off this plane. I hear they have machines all throughout the airport. I want that to be my first Vegas memory. Winning $1 million. You know the chances of you winning playing airplane slots is slim to none. Don't be such a wet blanket. I just want to play. Sure, but only one. Jessie will be waiting for us at baggage claim. Jared and I got out of our seats and fell in line to exit the plane behind the adventurous couple from our left. Jared kept giggling and poking me. I was just trying to ignore the fact that Jared had ever told me what he saw. We exited the plane and waited for everyone else, as we were the first off, and we were looking around for the signs to point the direction to the baggage claim. "Look, Presley," Jared said, pointing to the couple that had been across from them who had stopped and were now talking. "Well, enjoy your vacation," the woman said. "You too," the man said. "Maybe I'll see you around. Don't forget I'm staying at the Rio." "We'll see. I'm meeting my boyfriend, remember?" "Lucky guy." "Yes, he is," the girl said, and walked away. "I wish I had his luck," Jared said. I was standing there, dumbfounded. Did that really just happen? You mean they... Looks like it. It was plain strange. Ew. What's going on? Anna asked. Plain strange, Jared replied. You're kidding. Not at all, Anna, I said. I slept through it, but Jared apparently got to see the whole thing. Well, not the whole thing. That would have been a bit much. He filled Anna and the guys in on what happened. That's just weird and a little disturbing. There's a slot machine. Come on. We'll just be a minute, guys, Jared said, dragging me over to the flashing lights at the bank of slots and reaching in his pocket for change. Do you have any change? For God's sakes, Jared. I set my white tote down and started rummaging through my matching Prada bag for my wallet. Here's what I have. I gave him a handful of change. Thanks. He sat on the stool and started feeding coins in the machine. Come on, cherries or sevens or bars, whatever. Show me the money. I swear, Jared, you are so juvenile sometimes. This is a waste of money. Oh, big deal. We're talking a few bucks, the price of a Starbucks coffee. Exactly. I need a coffee. Much better use of my money. Whatever. I just know how to have a good time. I looked at my phone and snapped it shut. No messages. Such a bad habit to be phone obsessed. It drove me crazy sometimes that I felt left out when I didn't have messages. Winning anything yet? I asked. Shut up. This is about fun, not winning. Come on, guys, Anna said. Let's go. We can gamble at the casino. I texted Jesse that we were here and getting our bags, and he texted back that he would meet us outside baggage claim in just a couple minutes. Isn't this just so tacky that it's cool? Anna said. Yeah, I would agree it is tacky. The baggage claim was putting me on a sensory overload. Neon lights and flashing signs and noise from the slot machines were just so over the top. We all walked outside and were blasted by the hot, dry heat. But once I adjusted, and after a few minutes, it wasn't so bad. You're right, Jared. It's much better than humidity, but I still hope my deodorant holds up. See, I told you. There's Jesse, Anna pointed to a guy hanging half out the driver's window of a black Escalade, waving frantically. With a huge grin on my face, I raised my hand and waved. I hadn't seen him in months, and I was so excited. I saw a cute blonde sitting in the passenger seat as he pulled up to the curb. That must be Ashley. He put the truck in park and jumped out, ran over, and gave me a big hug. You're next, Anna. Get over here, he said. Everyone exchanged hugs, and then Jesse turned behind him where the blonde was standing. Everyone? This is Ashley, the love of my life. It was all I could do to not pass out from shock. This was not like my little brother at all, to have such a public demonstration. I glanced over at Jared and Anna and saw they were also trying not to give away that this was not expected behavior from Jesse. They had both known him for quite a few years, but he looked happy. And if he was happy, I was happy. I extended my hand. Nice to meet you, Ashley. She shook it. Nice to meet you too, Presley. I've heard so much about you, and both of you, she said, looking at Jared and Anna. Hopefully it was all good, I teased. Mostly, sis. You know I have to go through a few things you do to annoy me here and there. You did not, Jessie. She turned back to me. He had nothing but nice stuff to say about all of you. Thanks for convincing him, Ashley, I said. By the way, the guy next to Anna is her fiancé, Jeff. Then next to him are his best men, Troy and Jonathan. Nice to meet everyone, Jessie said. Now, let's grab all this luggage that I'm sure is mostly Presley and Anna's. You'll be quiet if you know what's good for you, I said. We all grabbed our bags and followed him out to where he was parked, illegally in a loading zone, with a ticket to prove it. Oh, man, Jessie said. I warned you, Jessie, Ashley teased. Yeah. I just better remember to pay it. We started driving, and it was almost surreal feeling, watching the garnishes that was Vegas. I could feel the energy, and I loved it. I felt this could be a fun place for me, and probably a place where I could get into trouble. If I were the kind of girl who got in trouble, which, of course, I wasn't, I couldn't help it that trouble found me. Jesse was pointing out the different hotels, shows, and shops that he knew we would want to see and were landmarks. I hope you guys aren't too tired. I got us a deal on tickets to see the Cirque du Soleil Beatles Love tonight. It's at the Mirage, which is right across from your hotel. Jess, that's awesome! Anna squealed. I've heard such great things about that show. I saw a Cirque show in Chicago years ago, and it was one of the most amazing things I'd ever seen. Since this is with the Beatles music, it must be even more fabulous. I would say that, yes, it definitely is fabulous. I have seen it a dozen times, and we would see it weekly if we could. The music is great. The show is superb. Can't get much better. Although, many of the shows here are superb. We pulled into the parking lot of Harrah's, our hotel. It was right at the end of the strip, across from the Mirage, as Jessie had already pointed out, and right down from Caesars, Bellagio, the Venetian, and all of the casinos I had always heard about. We walked into Harrah's, and to the left was all the action of the casino, and to the right, the check-in desk. Even though it was the middle of the day, it was dark as night in here, and timeless. I could see how people could lose track of it if it was day or night in here. We got checked in and went up to our rooms, planning on taking a nap, and then met Jessie and Ashley back down in the lobby at 7 to grab dinner and go to the show. Presley, can we meet at 6:30 to talk about some wedding stuff? Sure. See you down here then, I replied to Anna, and then opened the door to my room. I was exhausted. Part of it was how little sleep I had gotten the night before, and having to get up super early. The other part was just the flying. Interesting how sitting in a plane doing nothing but taking cat naps caused me to be exhausted. I think I read somewhere it had to do with dehydration. I could easily see that to be true. I felt like a dried-out raisin. I had purchased a bottle of water in the hotel general store and took a log swig. Between the travel and the heat, I was going to have to be even more diligent about drinking my water. My goal was to drink my weight in ounces of water. I had read that in a magazine once. And while it kept me making frequent bathroom trips, it really made me feel better. On days I drank too much coffee or wine and not enough water. I could tell. I took another drink and set the bottle down. I should probably unpack, but didn't really feel like it. I set the alarm on my phone for 4:30. That would give me enough time to unpack, shower, and get ready. What the hell was that noise? I woke up from a deep sleep to the sound of a motorcycle revving its engine. I was so groggy, as I usually am when waking up from an afternoon nap, that it took me a few seconds to realize it was my alarm. Damn that Jared. He must have messed with my phone settings on the plane, and I didn't notice. He knew I hated that alarm setting. He was such a prankster. I yawned, not wanting to get up. I laid there for a few more minutes before forcing myself to get out of bed. I unpacked my clothes and put what I wanted to wear in the shower room as I turned on the water. I was hoping the steam would help get out some of the wrinkles, and I would not have to iron. I hated ironing. I looked at myself in the mirror one last time before heading downstairs. My hair looked great. It had straightened so well in this humid, free heat. I was wearing black linen capris and a black silk tank and my most comfortable shoes, my red mules. I knew we might do some walking around and didn't want to get blisters. I sent Jared a text saying his butt better be up from his nap. He was notorious for sleeping through his alarm. Grabbed my purse and headed downstairs. I stepped off the elevator and Anna was already there waiting for me. She must be excited. She was late to everything. Did you have a nice nap? She asked. It was great. Just what I needed. You? I was too excited to sleep. I just watched some TV and watched the minutes tick by. You're going to crash tonight. Probably. Let's go sit over there. She pointed to a bar in the middle of the casino floor that was raised and open so you could easily see the whole of the casino floor. We walked over there and ordered a couple mojitos. They brought them out with the typical bar snacks, a pretzel mix and a nut mix that was spicy, guaranteed to make you drink more, but oh so good. So, you ready for this? I am so ready, Presley. I know this is what I want, and Jeff is the right person. I'm especially glad we came out here and stopped all that planning nonsense. I don't see how anyone wants a big wedding with all the pain in the ass planning. When are your parents coming? They will both be here sometime on Friday. My parents come in a little earlier, but not much, so they said they would wait at the airport for Jeff's parents and all come over to Harris together. It's nice that they get along. Yeah, it makes our lives so much easier. So, let's go over the plan. I pulled my notebook out from my purse, where I keep track of all the details in my life. Tomorrow night is the bachelorette party. We're starting with Manny's Petties at the salon across the street at the Mirage. Yep. Then dinner at Olive's, which is at the Bellagio. I made reservations on the patio so we could watch the fountain. I'm very excited about that. And those are at 7. We should be done by 9 and off to the Chippendale show at 10. And the burlesque show is at 11:30. Yes! She clapped her hands together. She was so excited. I was very happy for her. Remind me again why we're seeing the Chippendales and a burlesque show. Because the Chippendales is like a rite of passage for the about-to-be-married females. The burlesque show is the one I really want to see, and since neither you nor Jared nor I are huge partiers, I thought shows and drinks was more our style. We can leave the partying to the boys. Though, I warned Jeff he needed to be home at the end of the night, and not end up like a scene from the movie Hangover. Plus, I want to have all day Friday to lay by the pool and relax, so I am not tired and draggy Saturday for the wedding day. You're right. Good thinking. Except, do you think Jeff and the guys will actually heed your warning? No, which is all the more reason to have Friday as a recoup day. Let's run through the wedding day list one more time. Ooh, I just came at the right time, Jared said, approaching. Wedding talk? Jared, you can go sit over there if you're going to poke fun, I said sternly. There is a moratorium on any negative wedding talk until after Anna's wedding. Jared was a cynic when it came to marriage, and he never failed to bring it up. I won't. Sorry, Anna. I was teasing. Will you forgive me if I tell you how amazing you look in that red dress? I might. How amazing do I look? Ravishing, my darling, he replied, drawing out the syllables. Okay, then you can stay, but any more comments like that, and no Chippendales for you, mister, she teased. Oh, no, not that. I will be good, promise. Okay, back to the list. The wedding is Saturday at 4. We have massages at noon, followed by hair and makeup over at the salon at the Bellagio, where the chapel is. Wow, you girls are high maintenance. You're included as one of the bridesmaids, I told him. Oh, in that case, I really won't say another word. I didn't think so. We ran through a few more things, and the guys joined us. I got a text from Jessie to come on over to the Mirage, so we headed over there. Now, Harrah's was a perfectly fine hotel, but the Mirage was absolutely beautiful. We walked to the bell desk, where we were to meet Jessie and Ashley. They were both standing there waiting, and I had to admit my brother was a handsome guy. Dark hair, and eyes carbon copy of my dad's. He had on diesel jeans and a plain black fitted button-down, and he looked great. Ashley was no slouch in the looks department either, and she had great taste. A vintage wraparound Jan von Furstenberg dress, which, based on the pattern, was circa 1970s. Caramel-colored wedges and matching clutch completed the outfit. She was a knockout. We're so excited to be able to show you around. Come on, follow me. We are going to the Carnage Deli for dinner. A deli? But I'm starving, Jared questioned. As in, I could eat 5 Big Macs starving? Oh, this is a deli like none other. Trust me. You won't go away hungry. He was right. I am a sucker for a good Reuben, which at a Jewish deli seemed like the perfect thing to order. And it was. There was probably a pound of shaved corned beef on homemade sourdough, at least an inch thick. I could barely eat a half, and didn't ever touch the side dishes. I was mad my hotel room didn't have a mini fridge, as I hated not having a way to stock up on Diet Coke, and would have loved to take this back for a midnight snack. I may not be able to move to make it over to the show, I said, sipping on my Diet Coke, feeling about ready to explode, and wishing my waistband wasn't elastic. Me either, Jared said. Jesse, I'm sorry I ever questioned your ability to pick the right place to eat. This was good food, and so much of it. I may not be able to eat the rest of the time we are here. No kidding. I have a wedding dress to fit into. I'm going to have to not eat again till Saturday. That's not an option, Anna. We have Olives tomorrow. I'm sure you're going to want to eat there, and the food will be so amazing, we will pig out again. You were just food wimps, aren't they, guys? Jesse turned to Jeff and his friends, who all nodded in agreement. None of them had any problem finishing all their food. You've got 2 minutes, and they're all heading over to the theater. Somehow we made our way over to the theater, though someone could have rolled me over and I was ready for another nap after all that food. But my lethargy lasted only until the first few bars of the show. I was captivated and on the edge of my seat the entire time. Jesse had been right. It was the most amazing show I had ever seen. I mean, you couldn't go wrong with Beatles music. And the acrobatics and the costumes and sets were over the top. It was over way too soon. I could have watched it again and again. That was the best ever, Anna said. I don't see how those people do that stuff. My body would never bend that way. I know. Like Jesse said, we would come back here every week if we could to watch it, Ashley said. They change it up a lot. There are several different versions with just minor tweaks, so it's never stale, though I wouldn't care if it was exactly the same over and over. I could see why Jessie had fallen so hard. She was adorable and smart and really easy to talk to. She was one of those people who knew no strangers. I can see why. So, you're a teacher? We had stopped at one of those mini bars in the Mirage for an after-show drink, and I wanted to get to know her better, since, at the rate Jessie was going, she soon would be my new sister-in-law. Yes, it was what I've always wanted to be. My mother was a teacher and my grandmother. I guess it's in our blood. I'm jealous. I thought I knew what I wanted to be right from high school, but then as I got older, it didn't seem so clear. Life is much easier when you're a kid, yet you never see it that way. Jessie said you run a boutique in Chicago. Yeah, kind of lame at my age. No, not at all. I worked retail in college, and it's not easy, no matter what anyone says. No, it's not. I guess I don't see it as a life career right now. It's more of a pausing place until I figure things out, whenever that happens. After I left corporate America, I just haven't been able to decide what I want to do for the rest of my life, or when I grow up. That's not true, Presley. You know what you want to do, you just haven't done it, Jared said. Oh, what's that, Presley? Ashley asked. She wants to be a writer, Jared said for me. It's all she's ever wanted, yet she refuses to actually write. She would rather pretend she doesn't have a passion. What keeps you from following that dream? She's chicken. Jared, stop, I said. I admit he's right. I'm afraid that no one will like what I write, and then there's the time. It's hard to find time, and I have to keep a day job. Plus, even if I did get a book published, beginning authors probably don't make a ton of money, so I would still have to work. But is that a big sacrifice if it's really what you want to do? That's what I keep telling her, Jared said. You guys need to stop ganging up on me. I was only half teasing. I was very sensitive about my writing, or lack thereof. Ashley, if you're not busy tomorrow night, you should join the bachelorette party. Nice change of subject, Jared said. I stuck my tongue out at him. That's a great idea, Anna said. Please, say you'll come. I can't impose like that. Sure you can. My sister and Anna are fun people. Hey, don't forget me. Jared said. I'm a lot more fun than these two. Actually, he is right. He is also a ton of fun. You get off at 2. Go with them. I have to work anyway. Okay. If you're sure I wouldn't be imposing, then I would love to go. No, not imposing at all, I said. We have a great night planned that's guaranteed to be amazing. Well, that's settled. If I'm going to be worth anything tomorrow, I need some sleep. I told you, Anna, you should have taken a nap this afternoon. I know, and you were right. I'm exhausted. But it is 2 a.m. in Chicago. I'd be exhausted there, too. We should probably all head to bed. Meet us at Harrow's tomorrow night at 6. Okay, Ashley? Sounds good. Chapter 3. Thursday. This feels so good, I said to Anna as we were getting our manis/petties. Leaning into the massage chair, there was nothing better than getting a pedicure. I know, so relaxing. I'm kind of disappointed Ashley didn't show up. Yeah, I wonder what happened. She seemed excited last night, Jared said. Did you try and call her? I didn't get her number last night like an idiot, and I couldn't get a hold of Jessie. Maybe something just came up at work and she couldn't make it. Maybe. She's the one missing out. Maybe she can join us later, if Jessie calls back and I can get her number and call. What are you wearing tonight, Press? I hadn't decided yet. It's between a strapless black and a white polka dot dress and a very fitted red tank dress. What about you? Are you wearing the blue? Anna had bought a beautiful blue silk sheath dress at Silk, but hadn't been sure she was going to wear it, saying she was too fat, which was so not true. Even after last night's great food. I'm still thinking about that. It's so fitted. And you have a gorgeous body. Show it off, said Jared. That's what I keep telling her. Thanks, guys, but I could stand to lose a few pounds. Whatever, Jared said, rolling his eyes. You just need a good pair of Spanx to suck it all in where it needs to be sucked in. We all do. No one is perfect. Those are so uncomfortable, I said. But so worth it, said Anna. I didn't bring mine, but I bet the hotel boutique has them or something similar. They probably do, and also probably cost a fortune. Still worth it. Though maybe we should all wear sweatpants, since I've heard great things about the restaurant we are going to tonight, and we may want to eat a ton again, I said. I know last night I was wishing for stretchy clothes. We'll have to find a place to dance it off, said Jared. Ooh, good idea. After a few hours of well-deserved pampering, we headed back to the hotel to get ready. We were seated at Olive's, a great Italian bistro that had beautiful patio seating and full view of the Bellagio fountain. Anna was in her blue dress, and me in my black and white polka dot, and Jared in all black. I just can't resist the way black and white looks. One of these days I would wear the red dress. It looked good on me, and complimented my red hair, which you wouldn't think, but it was just the right shade of red. I just had to feel it to be able to wear it. This Pinot Grigio is yummy. I know, Press. The first sip is always so good. How's your dirty martini, Jared? Dirty. Very dirty. Just the way I like it. We chatted for a while, and when our food came, I almost started drooling. I had ordered the bison steak just to try something different, and it looked fantastic. I cut into it, and my knife slid through the steak like butter. I put the first bite in my mouth, and my eyes rolled in the back of my head in ecstasy. I can't remember when I had meat that tasted this good. Well, since the Reuben the night before. That good, Press? Jared asked me, laughing. Oh, my God, I said, around another bit of steak. This is amazing. You guys must try a bite. I pushed my plate wherever they could get at it. We all ended up trying a bite of each other's, and nothing on the table was disappointing. We skipped dessert, as we were all stuffed and needed to get to our first show. I was going to gain 10 pounds while here if I kept eating like this, I thought to myself. Hell, I had probably already gained 10 pounds. Let's walk to the venue. I need to not feel like a beached whale, Anna said. "Maybe a little exercise will help." "Good idea, though I'm not sure I can walk." "Me either, Jared." We somehow managed it, though it was slow going and I had a cramp in my side by the time we arrived at the Chippendale show. The cramp subsided by the time we got our cocktails and the show started. While naked men dancing wasn't exactly my thing, it was an entertaining show, and fitting since this was Anna's bachelorette party. It was unlike anything I had done before, so putting $1 bills in a guy's G-string was novelty entertainment. Jared, of course, was in his element. The show ended, and we had just enough time to get to the burlesque show, which was on the other side of town. I was really excited for this show, much more so than the all-male review. I wasn't disappointed. Of course, it didn't compare to the Beatles' Cirque du Soleil from the night before, but it was a show I would recommend and definitely see again. "Do you guys want to grab a coffee and dessert somewhere?" I asked Jared and Anna when we walked out of the theater. "I have ate and drank everything I can," Anna said. "I'm going to have to heavily detox tomorrow. I hope they have vegetable juice at the bar down by the pool." "Okay, it is after 3 a.m. Let's go to sleep and get ready to relax tomorrow." Yes, we definitely want to be rested for sunbathing. Chapter 4. "Where is he?" I said to Jared, as Jesse was over 45 minutes late. "If he got tied up, you think the least he could do was call. I'm missing some prime sun time here." Jesse had called and left a message that morning to meet him in our hotel lobby after his shift ended. He sounded a little frantic, but I hadn't actually talked to him, so I had no idea what was going on. "Cut him some slack, Press. It's not that big of a deal. Let's just go to where he works. If he's not there, at least we can grab a bite to eat and check things out." "Come on, let's grab a cab." "Why don't we just take the bus, Press? It's cheaper." I just looked at him disdainfully. "Jared, you know I'm not a bus girl, and this is Vegas, not really a good place to take a bus. Now let's go." After a $20 cab ride, which Jared kept harping me on about, saying how he could have used this money for slots, we were dropped off in front of the Palazzo. Jared looked at me quizzically. "Isn't this—" "Yeah. Strange, huh? When Simon's dad went to jail over that nasty business with the senator's murder, his mother got Garrison to turn over the family business to him. Now he runs a legitimate operation. He got Jesse a job here. Nice to know people in high places." I looked around as we walked into the vast marble foyer. Now, this was something I could get used to. The energy was pulsating with the people, the lights and sounds. Vegas casinos didn't smell heavily of smoke like all the other casinos I had been in, though a dingy riverboat tied to a dock to meet the minimum requirement of being on the water hardly compared to these grand hotels in Vegas. "Let's go look for that brother of mine," I said. We started to walk over to the desk when I heard my name called. "Press! Press!" I could tell my brother's voice from anywhere. Turning around, I put my hands on my hips and was looking angry as he reached me. "Thanks for picking us up. Jared and I were going to hang out with Jesse and Ashley while the rest of the wedding party was out by the pool, so this better be important to interfere with that." "Oh, leave him alone, Press," Jared said to me, stepping in. "I'm sorry. It's been crazy here," Jesse said. "The guy who had the shift after mine didn't show up, and I had to stay over." "You could have called," I said, not ready to let him off the hook yet. After all, he was my baby brother. I was entitled to give him a hard time. That was my job. "I'm so glad you guys are here. I'm so worried about Ashley," Jesse said, ignoring me, which was typical. I sighed. Some things never changed, but I saw he was distraught about something. "Why? What happened? You two have a fight?" "No, nothing like that. She said she was going to meet you for the bachelorette party and then was going to go to her place to sleep. She said she had to get up early and had a bunch of stuff to do today.
We were supposed to have a late breakfast, and she never called or showed up. Jessie, she never showed up yesterday. We just assumed she got busy, and neither of us had thought to get her number, and we knew you were at work. That's why I left you that message, hoping I could get her number. So, you haven't heard from her at all, Jessie? Jared asked. No, and that's not like her. I've left a million messages. I've called everyone I can think of, and no one has heard from her. None of her friends, none of her coworkers, no one. It's not like she's disappeared for days, I said. Aren't you overreacting just a little? I don't think so. This is not like her. She's very organized and big on manners. She doesn't just not call. Jesse drove us to his apartment to take a quick shower, and I couldn't refrain from commenting on the sorry state of his apartment. Jesse, your apartment is a mess, I said, looking around. No wonder Ashley didn't want to stay here. Funny, Press. I admit it's messy, but Ashley doesn't love me for my cleaning skills. Obviously. Press, isn't this a little like pot calling the kettle black? Jared said. You're not Miss Neat Freak, whose dirty clothes are always on the floor. I stuck my tongue out at Jared. Oh, be quiet, Jared. Over a quick lunch, we decided we would head to Ashley's apartment. I was still thinking that, as a grown woman, it was a little premature to be worried yet. But to make Jesse feel better, I didn't say anything. He obviously knew her better than anyone. When was the last time you were there, Jesse? I asked, as we left the apartment and got into his champagne-colored Dodge Lancer. It was almost an antique. What the hell is wrong with your door, Jesse? Jared asked, as he kept tugging on the back passenger door. Oh, you'll have to get in on the other side. That door is stuck. Ashley calls this my 3-door car because that door never worked. He looked over the hood to me and said, I stopped by last night on my way to work to pick up a shirt I left here, but assumed she was with you. We can at least stop by and make sure she hasn't been there and cross it off our list. Jesse, I'm sure there's a very simple explanation for all this. I had come up with the idea to make a list of all the places Ashley might frequent and check each one to make sure she hadn't been seen. Her apartment and work were the first 2 on the list. As we drove to Ashley's house, I looked out the window. It seems so plastic and pretend here, like it's not real. What do you expect? It's the desert, said Jesse. It's all bright lights and gaudiness, Jared said excitedly. I fell in love with this place when I first visited here a couple years ago. No wonder you like it, I teased. You're like bright lights and gaudiness. Ha! Do you like living here, Jesse? Jared asked. I do. The heat can be a little much, but the people are great. Much nicer than in LA, and more normal. The people in LA just seemed like they were so fake. That's why I gave up. There wasn't enough genuineness. How far is Ashley's apartment? I asked. Just a few minutes. We live at opposite ends of the strips. Not a long drive in the middle of the day, but at night it can take forever. I love what this place looks like at night all lit up, Jared said. It certainly is something, I said. Pulling up in front of an apartment building that was much newer and nicer than the one they had came from, Jesse parked and cut the engine. Come on, guys. This is her building. I looked at the building in front of me. It couldn't have been more than a couple years old. Almost more of a condo feel than an apartment complex. Each unit had a decent-sized balcony. Off to the right, I could see the edge of the pool, and the grounds were beautifully landscaped. A far cry from Jesse's apartment, which had a pool, but it was filled with greenish water, and even in 100-degree heat, I wouldn't have been tempted to swim in it. I wouldn't have wanted to bother the critters I was sure were swimming in it. I thought you said she was a schoolteacher, Jared asked. She is. Wow, teachers must make a lot more in Las Vegas than they do in Chicago. Why do you say that? Jessie, look at this place, I exclaimed. Guys were so oblivious sometimes. This is not the kind of place that is cheap to live. Oh, she gets help from her parents. They want her to be safe, so they send her money to help out. I wish our parents felt the same way. I joked, but it fell flat. Jessie wasn't even paying attention. Come on, Jessie said, ushering them into the elevator. It was easy to see he was getting anxious. I was convinced. He must really think this girl was the one. Hey, Jessie, we're going to find her, I said. I hope so, Presley. They stepped off the elevator, and the hallway was as nice as one would expect from the outside. Expensively done in creams and golds. This wasn't an inexpensive apartment complex by far. Even with financial help, it seemed an unlikely place for a 23-year-old to live. Here it is, Jessie said to us, stopping in front of a door with the number 319 on it. He put his key in the lock, but even with his light touch, the door swung open. It wasn't locked. Jared and Jessie looked at each other. Do you think we should go in? Asked Jared. Do you think you might have left the door open, Jessie? When were you here yesterday? I turned to him and asked. I don't think I did, but I guess I could have. He shrugged. I don't really remember either way. I stepped 1 foot over the threshold. Hello? Anyone here? I looked at the guys and shrugged. We might as well go in, I said, walking the rest of the way through the door and motioning for Jessie and Jared to follow me. Not much of a Susie homemaker, is she? Jared said to me in a hushed voice, not wanting to criticize Ashley's cleaning skills in front of Jessie. I'm not so sure this is a matter of her housekeeping. I looked over my shoulder to Jessie. Is this what it looked like yesterday, Jessie? What? He said, looking for the first time into the room in front of him. What the fuck? Was all he could get out. The three of them stared at a room that had been torn to shreds. Someone had been looking for something. It explained the door being open. I was pretty sure Jessie hadn't left it open, or he would have remembered. I guess you didn't forget to lock the door, I said. Oh my God, Presley, Jessie said. What does this mean? No, it didn't look like this yesterday. What happened? Oh my God, something bad had to have happened to her. Look at all this blood. Jessie, calm down. I wanted him to calm down because I was freaked out, and having him freaked out wasn't helping. Ashley's apartment wasn't only trashed, but it looked as if someone had been playing the dizzy game with an open can of red paint. You know the game where you twirl around and around until you're so dizzy you can't stand? There wasn't as much when you looked closely as there seemed upon first glance, but it was spattered all over the walls. Calm down, Jessie. I felt compelled for the third time to say, although I felt anything but calm myself. This was not the work of average vandals, or at least the work I thought average vandals might do. Besides, this wasn't your average apartment complex, and surely had security measures in place, and I wouldn't figure it for a random target for theft. We gingerly walked through the room, looking around at the mess. The cushions on what had been a beautiful cream leather couch had been slashed, lamps broken, the coffee table smashed in two. Everything had been pulled out of the cabinets. TV knocked off the entertainment center. It was an absolute mess. Though I could still see Ashley had great and expensive taste. Nothing in that apartment was less than name brand, and not knockoff quality. The real stuff. I could tell. This was a beautiful place, Jared said to me. She either has a good decorator or great taste. She did it all herself, Jessie interjected. She wanted to be an interior decorator, but her parents convinced her that being a teacher was a more stable profession. I can't imagine who could have got in here to do all this damage. Jessie, are you sure she didn't have any enemies? I can't imagine someone just broke in here and did this. Presley, I'm sure. Someone must have kidnapped her. What if she's hurt? Jessie sounded frantic. Does she keep anything valuable here that someone would know about? Jared asked. Not that I know of. I just can't believe this. Who could have done this? Do you know any of her neighbors? Maybe we can ask her if they heard anything, I said. She was friendly with them to say hi and such, and I'm sure they would recognize me. I've spent a lot of time here, and we have met most of them on multiple occasions. Why don't you go see if anyone is home and ask while Jared and I look around? I had no idea what to even look for, and even if something was amiss, I wouldn't know it since I hadn't ever been here before, but I thought it might help if Jessie didn't have to be in the middle of this mess. But I could see he was upset looking at the room. Just go. It'll only take you a few minutes, and Jared and I will be right here. I pushed him toward the door. Jessie walked out, and I turned toward Jared. What the hell do you think happened here? He asked. I have no idea, but it sure seems weird. First, that she would live in a place like this on a teacher's salary, and then that someone obviously trashed her place. Do you think this is blood? I started to walk through the apartment, and it was clear, even to me, someone had been on a mission here. There wasn't anything left untouched. I walked into the master bedroom, and after I got over the feeling I was invading Ashley's private space, I grew curious to learn more about her by looking in her closet. You could always tell so much about a girl by her clothes, and shoes, and accessories. I stepped into Ashley's closet, which was huge. Look at this, Jared. Her closet is almost as big as our entire apartment. I was so in awe of the closet I almost forgot we were supposed to be looking for clues. Girl, look at all these clothes. There's thousands of dollars worth of stuff here. Jared fingered a silk dress that screamed expensive. Some of it still has tags. What I wouldn't give for the money to buy these kinds of clothes. Jared sighed. No kidding. I stared at the closet full of clothes, not really sure what I was looking for, but for some reason something didn't seem quite right. Does anything seem odd to you, Jared? What do you mean odd, Press? I don't know. Out of place? I mean, the obvious is it's as trashed as everything else in the apartment, but the clothes don't really seem to fit. You're losing me, Presley. You said it yourself. There's thousands of dollars worth of stuff here. How can a teacher afford it? Much less, where would she wear it? Certainly not to teach. And I hardly think Jessie is taking her such nice places she needs this kind of wardrobe. Not unless my parents send him money, too. And even then. Good point. But maybe she just has great taste in clothes. And Jessie said her parents helped her out. I don't know, Jared. It just seems weird. I continued to look through the closet, moving the few remaining clothes on hangers aside and rifting through a pile that had been flung to the floor. Underneath an armful of clothes were some boxes labeled fall and winter, but instead of the expected fall and winter clothes, whatever that might look like for Vegas fall and winter, spilling out of the boxes were leather bustiers of all colors and matching thongs. I picked up what looked like a nurse's uniform, but not one any self-respecting nurse I knew would wear. Jared, look at this. Oh my. Looks like little Miss Ashley has quite the fun side. No wonder Jessie is so in love. Jared, stop, I said, hitting him on the shoulder. I heard Jessie walk back into the apartment and was hoping he couldn't hear them. Of the neighbors who were home, no one heard anything unusual or loud over here yesterday, Jessie said, walking in the room. They said the opposite, that it's been unusually quiet. You and Ashley must have had quite the fun sex life, Jared said teasingly to Jessie. What are you talking about? All these clothes Presley found. Like to play dress-up, did you? I've never seen those before. Those can't be Ashley's, Jessie said haltingly, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Oh, geez, Jessie. I'm sorry. I was teasing to cheer you up. I never thought... If she didn't wear them for you, Jessie, what are they doing here? I asked my brother, trying to get his mind off Jared's comments. I have no idea. Jessie walked back a few steps and sat on the edge of the bed, putting his head in his hands. I wasn't liking Ashley much right then for putting my brother through this. Maybe they aren't hers. They could belong to friends, he said hopefully. Couldn't they? I hate to say it, bro, but not likely, I said. These skimpy outfits and lingerie weren't the type of thing one normally had a girlfriend hold on to. I'm so confused. None of this makes sense. Where could she be, and why all this? He waved his arm around. Does it seem like anything is missing? I asked him. Not that I can tell, but to be honest, it's so trashed in here, I'm not sure I would notice anyways. We need to call the police, Jared said with his cell phone open, starting to dial. This is definitely more than just a missing persons issue now. He stepped back to make the call, leaving me to console Jessie. I hadn't seen him so upset over a girl since Mandy Lark in the 6th grade, and that was only because she was the best kickball player next to him, and once they broke up, she wouldn't play on his team anymore, breaking his winning streak. Jessie, we have to stay positive. I'm sure she is okay, and now the police will get involved and they will find her. But Presley, what if she's not okay? What if someone killed her and dragged the body God knows where? She could be out in the middle of the desert for all we know. That thought had already crossed my mind, but I wasn't going to voice my fears. Jessie was already a wreck. Plus, it seemed a little on the dramatic side. Jared walked back over. The police are on their way, he said, putting his phone back into the case he had on his belt. They said not to leave until they get here. Obviously, I said. Press, what if they think we did it? What if they think we killed Ashley? Jessie, they won't. I mean, why would they? You called and tried to report her missing, and you wouldn't have done that so soon if you had something to do with it. And Jared and I just flew in. I tried to sound like I wasn't worried, but I had also said these very words to myself before, and it didn't go exactly as planned that time. I eventually was cleared of any wrongdoing, but I sure had a few moments where I was scared I was going to get in trouble for something I didn't do. Cops are just naturally suspicious, though I supposed in their line of work they have to be. There was a quick courtesy knock on the front door of Ashley's apartment, and then through the door walked 2 plainclothes cops. Detectives, I assumed. They hadn't taken too long. Hi, I'm Detective Grady. And this is my partner, Detective Eaton. Which one of you is Jared? The cop who did the introductions was short and stocky, with a dark complexion. He might have been Hispanic, but with the name Grady I wasn't sure. He seemed to be in his mid-40s, and a no-nonsense type of guy. I'm Jared. I'm the one who called. That's Presley. And her brother Jesse. He pointed in our direction. She and I just flew in from Chicago. Are you here for vacation? Detective Grady asked. The other detective had yet to speak, so maybe he was more the silent observer. He was fair and lanky. No, sort of. A friend of ours came out here to get married, and we're in the wedding. This is Jesse's girlfriend, Ashley's apartment, and he tried to report her missing earlier today, but you guys said he had to wait. He was worried, and so we came over here to see if she left a note or something. So when was the last time you saw Ashley? Detective Grady asked. And what's her last name? Griffiths, Jessie said. I last saw her yesterday. I had to work a double shift at the Palazzo, and she was supposed to go to the bachelorette party with my sister and her friend, but she never showed. I was supposed to call her in the morning. I did, but she didn't answer. Still hasn't. Do you have contact information for her family and friends, her work, anyone she might have gone to see or contacted? Yes, Jessie said. I have called everyone I could think of, and no one has seen her. We will need a list of all those people, and we'll follow up, Detective Grady said. I can do that. Any enemies you know of? Anyone who would want to bring her harm? No. She was a sweet girl. Nice to everyone. She is an elementary teacher. Where at? North Oaks, over on Douglas. I know where that's at, Detective Eaton said to Detective Grady. My wife's sister used to work there. Then, I think we should go to the school she works at. How far is it from here, Jessie? Can we make it before school lets out? It would be nice to talk to some of our coworkers. Yep. It's just a few minutes away. Let's go, Jessie said. Chapter 5. Pulling into the school parking lot later than anticipated because of traffic, there weren't many cars in the lot, and I was worried no one would be left at the school to talk to. Since it was a Friday, there wasn't a guarantee all the teachers would stay after the end of the school day. I was somewhat surprised not to see the detectives there. I thought for sure this would be their next stop, and was a little apprehensive when we headed over there that we would run into them. I wasn't sure they would appreciate us doing our own investigating. See any cars you recognize, Jessie? I'm not sure I would anyways. But that blonde walking out, that's one of Ashley's friends. We had drinks with her and her boyfriend before. Her name is Morgan. Morgan Thompson. Jessie jumped out of the car. Morgan! Hey, Morgan! The blonde looked up. It took her a second to realize who it was, but once she did, she smiled. Hi, Jessie. Have you heard from Ashley? Morgan looked concerned. I called Morgan this morning when I was looking for Ashley, Jessie explained to me and Jared. Morgan, this is my sister Presley and her friend Jared. No, that's why we're here. We wanted to see if anyone had heard from her. Morgan nodded hi to us. No, we haven't, and she needs to call soon. Mr. Strong is livid Ashley didn't show up and hasn't called. She's about to lose her job. Have you talked to Angela? No, why? Has Angela heard from Ashley? Jessie asked. No, but she told me today during lunch that someone called the front office looking for Ashley and left a number. Maybe if you got the number, you could call. Thanks, Morgan. Have the cops been here yet? No. Should I be expecting them? What's going on? Jessie looked at me and I shook my head. I didn't think we should be telling too much information. I just called them about Ashley and wondered if they had been by yet. I understand. Listen, call me the minute you hear from her. We're all worried sick. Will do. Thanks again, Morgan. Come on, guys. Let's go find Angela. Jessie started walking toward the building. This sure brings back memories, Jared whispered to me as he walked into the elementary school. Nothing has changed. This is exactly as I remember it from the school we went to, just smaller. It even smells the same. I agreed, looking at the art-lined hallways and grabbing a view of the classroom as we walked in search of the office. "Over there, guys," Jessie said, pointing to the sign that said office above it. "Angela is the assistant to the principal. She'll be in there. Let's just hope she hasn't left already." Crossing the hall in large strides, he pushed open the door and walked in. Looking around, he panicked a little, not seeing Angela. "Is Angela still here?" "She sure is," a plump blonde woman in her mid-30s replied to Jessie. "She just walked back to the copy room. She will be back in a sec." "Thank goodness," Jessie said with a sigh, turning to me and Jared. The blonde looked at us sort of strangely, but they were spared any other conversation by Angela walking back into the waiting room. "Jessie," Angela said, surprised, "what brings you here?" Angela was a striking woman, probably late 20s, dressed in what one would consider a typical teacher's outfit. Gray trousers and a pink sweater set. Conservative, yet attractive. "I'm looking for Ashley. Morgan said someone called for her and left a number and thought you might be able to give it to me." "I take it you haven't heard from her then?" Angela said, looking concerned and starting to rifle through some papers and Post-its sitting on the counter. "No, neither has anyone else, it seems." "I can't imagine where it would be. Now, I know I had that number sitting right here." Presley looked at Jessie, who was getting more and more anxious as Angela looked for the number. He was about ready to jump out of his skin. "Aha! Here we go. It's a 702 number, so it's local." It was all Jessie could do not to snatch the number out of her hand. He felt a surge of excitement. Maybe this would be the key to finding where the hell Ashley was. "Thanks, Angela," he said as he turned to rush out the door. "Let me know when you hear from her," Angela said to our backs as we followed him out the door. "And tell her to call us here ASAP. She's in hot water." "Slow down, Jessie," I said, as Jared and I were almost running to keep up with him. Jessie ignored me as he pulled his cell out of his pocket to dial the number. "Jessie," I started to say. "Shh," Jessie said, turning to me and giving me a dirty look. They had made it to the parking lot, and Jessie was leaning against the car as the phone was ringing. The other end must have picked up because Jared and I watched as the blood drained from his face. Pulling the phone away from his ear, he just stared at it and disconnected. "Jessie, what's wrong?" Jessie just looked at my mouth, opening and shutting, unable to speak. "Who answered the phone?" "Damn it, Jessie, answer me!" Jessie shook his head as if to clear his thoughts. "It was the number to the pink pony." I looked confused. That didn't sound so bad. I looked at Jared, eyebrows raised. Jared looked back and just shook his head. "You are so naive sometimes," he whispered. "That sounds like what one would call a gentleman's club?" "Oh." Jared's right. The Pink Pony is an upscale strip joint on the Vegas Strip. Why would someone from there be calling Ashley at work? I wasn't sure of the answer to that, but it might explain those skimpy clothes and costumes in Ashley's apartment. I could tell Jessie had come to the same conclusion by the pained look in his face. But how could that be without Jessie's knowledge? That seemed like a pretty big secret to hide. This whole situation was getting stranger and stranger. "Get in the car. We're going to go find out who there knows Ashley and why they are calling her." I wanted to argue, because I wasn't at all sure the answer Jessie got would be one he wanted, but there really wasn't any other choice. I looked at Jared and could tell he was thinking the same thing. But what could I do? Jessie was right on one front. We needed answers, and this would be one way to get them. There were a fair number of cars in the parking lot for a strip club in the middle of the day, although I hadn't been to a strip club ever, much less in the middle of the day, so maybe this was normal. I didn't expect there to be so many cars here this time of day, I whispered to Jared. People come for lunch. They serve food here? Of course they do. Jared laughed. I couldn't fathom sitting down to eat a burger and fries while watching naked girls dance and then going back to work. But then, these guys probably wouldn't understand me drinking coffee for lunch, so I could walk around and shop. Jessie, are you sure you want to do this? I don't think I have much of a choice, Presley. I need to find out why someone from here is calling my girlfriend. This doesn't make sense. I know. I just meant that maybe you could wait here, and Jared and I could go scope it out. No, I need to do this, Jessie said determinedly. Well, come on then, let's go find out. I had to admit I was interested in seeing the inside of the club. It was a novelty, and once all this unpleasantness was over, surely would be a fun story to tell. The three of us walked up to the club, which, like everything else on the strip, was a glaring shrine to all that was neon. The gravel parking lot was littered with cigarette butts and crunched under our feet, but once we got up to the door, I could see how seedy the place was and how dingy it looked. If this was an upscale joint, I would be afraid to see what the cheap ones look like. Jared opened the door for me. What a gentleman. And the guys followed me in. As our eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see women of all types in various stages of undress, and guys of all types sitting down enjoying the view. Now what do we do? I whispered, nervous and out of my element. Does Jessie just go up to the nearest person and ask him if they knew Ashley? Does he really want the answer? Jared could see that Jessie was at a loss, and I was just as surprised. He found it amusing that we both seemed so freaked out, since he was no stranger to gentlemen's clubs, though usually of a different gender. He thought he might as well be the one to take charge. You two stay here, he said. Let me go ask around. I was fine with that, and could see Jessie wasn't going to argue. Jared walked up to the bar looking right at home, and approached the burly-looking bartender. He looked like someone set a basketball on his shoulders, no neck at all to speak of, and had tattoos covering his arms up and down. Excuse me, Jared said politely. The guy turned to him and just stared, not saying anything. I was hoping I could ask you a question. The guy just continued to stare. I was wondering if you knew someone named Ashley Griffith. She works here. The guy continued to stare. Just when Jared was about to ask again, the bartender opened his mouth. Who wants to know? The guy said in a gravelly voice. I'm a friend of hers, and that guy over there is her boyfriend, Jared said, nodding to Jessie. We haven't talked to her today, and we're worried. Someone said she might be here. A little white lie, but one that wouldn't hurt in the grand scheme of things. I haven't seen her, but you might want to ask Michelle. Would you mind pointing her out? Jared asked. Over there, he grunted. The blonde with the big tits. Right, as if that were a help in a place like this. The guy must have noticed the look on Jared's face and sighed. With the red and blue outfit on. White thigh-high patent leather boots. Jared could see who he was talking about now. The girl was currently on stage doing her thing, and very nicely, I thought. Jared walked back over to us. So, what do we do while we are waiting for her to finish? I asked. Let's just sit down and wait, Jessie said. Jared and I just looked at him. Well, what else can we do? Jessie said. Stand here like idiots? Come on, let's get a table by the side door over there. That's where she'll come off stage, and we can get her attention. I looked at him. What? I'm a guy. I've been to places like this before. Way before Ashley," he quickly added. We sat down, and a waitress quickly came over, dressed in a skimpy outfit, obviously to capitalize on tips. I couldn't help but feel sorry for the lady. Definitely past her prime, but still hustling based on the amount of skin she was showing. What would happen to her once she really got past her prime? I could hear my mother's voice in my head talking about the value of an education. That was a situation where I would have to agree with my mother. "What'll it be, folks?" the waitress said loudly, chewing on her gum. "Nothing for us, thank you," I replied. "2-drink minimum," the tired-looking waitress said. "What?" I said loudly. "But we're just waiting for someone." "That's what they all say, sweetie. 2-drink minimum." "Do I look like I'm here to just take advantage?" "Darlin', you would be surprised at who comes in here and why. It's not up to me to pass judgment." "Bring me a rum and coke," Jared said. "Her too." "It's not even 5 o'clock yet," I protested. "Make that 3, Jessie said, ignoring me. "Coming right up," the waitress said, putting her order pad in her pocket and walking away. "That's robbery," I said to the guys after the waitress had walked away. "Hey, it's how places like this rake in cash," Jared said. "Just go with it. It's not like we have a choice, so why worry?" I took in the surroundings as the waitress came back with their watered-down drinks. Even if I had the body for it, I would never have the guts to dance like this. I would be way too self-conscious. How many songs do they usually dance to? "Maybe 4 or 5, and then they switch," Jared said. I was asking Jessie, how do you know? "There are a lot of things you don't know about me," Jared replied smugly. "Apparently." "Everyone give a big hand to our beautiful Michelle and sexy Stacy," the DJ said over the loudspeaker. The girls waved at the audience and shimmied as they walked toward the stairs to get off stage. When the girl the bartender had pointed out made her way down the steps that ended right by our table, Jessie stood up. "Michelle?" he asked. "Who wants to know?" she replied wearily. Up close, I could see Michelle was older than she had looked on stage. Not old and tired like the waitress, but not 18 either. "My name is Jessie Thurman, and I'm Ashley Griffith's boyfriend. I haven't seen or heard from her today, and I'm worried. The bartender said you might know where she was. Please?" Michelle looked at him for a second, and must have decided something in him looked like he was telling the truth. "I'll be out in a minute." "Thanks," Jessie said, and let out the breath he didn't realize he had been holding in. He turned back to the table and sat down. He turned to Jared and me. "She said she would be out in a minute." "We heard. At least she didn't refuse to talk to you." "She hasn't said anything yet, but you're right. At least she didn't run away." We sat there listening to the music. At least I was. It wasn't a bad mix of R&B and rap. But after a few songs went by and Michelle still hadn't come out, I began to wonder if she was going to, or was hiding in the back. "Jessie, don't you think she should have been back out here by now? I mean, how long does it really take to change out of those skimpy clothes?" "You're right, Press," Jared said, standing. "I'm going back there and see what's taking so long." "You can't do that," I said. "Sure I can. Those girls can spot that I am gay a mile away. They won't care in the slightest. Just watch." I loved that about Jared. He would do just about anything. He calmly walked into the back room, which was clearly marked staff only, like he belonged there. I didn't hear any screams coming from the girls, so I assumed he must have been right. A few seconds later, he walked back out with a concerned look on his face. "Slight problem," he said, sliding back into his chair. I just looked at him expectantly. "Well?" "She's not back there." "What do you mean she's not back there?" Jessie said, raising his voice. Quiet, Jared said to him. We don't need to make a scene. Obviously, there is something going on, or she wouldn't have snuck out the back, which is what the other girls told me she did. Chapter 6. After being naive enough to think Michelle would be willing to talk to us, we realized we would have to use a little more stealth next time. Michelle's actions also gave me the idea that something strange was going on. Jared talked to some of the other girls, and none of them had really known Ashley well, and all agreed that we really needed to talk to Michelle. Though it was confirmed Ashley had worked there quite a while, after finding out she was due back to work the next night, we drove back to Jesse's apartment to regroup. How could I not know that Ashley was dancing? Jesse kept saying over and over, and not that Jared and I didn't sympathize, but it was getting tiring. I had no idea what to say to him, and it was frustrating, though probably much worse for him. Jesse, do you really think she would tell you something like that? I said. No matter how good your relationship is, I mean, be honest, you would have freaked out and probably gave her an ultimatum if she had told you. I would have understood if there was a good reason for it. Right. You really want me to believe that you would be fine with your girlfriend stripping for a bunch of slime balls as long as she had a good reason? Okay, fine. Maybe you're right and I wouldn't have understood. But how could she hide it from me? Relationships are built on trust. I could have helped her if it was money she needed, or her parents. They wouldn't want her doing this. Relationships are built on trust? Really? Coming from the guy who until Ashley hasn't had a girlfriend for more than 2 months, and monogamy has never been a word in your dictionary? Make fun all you want, Presley. I know I've had a bad relationship track record, although criticism coming from you isn't what I want to hear. But Ashley was different. I think she might be the one. In fact, I know. Presley, Jesse's right, Jared said. You really shouldn't be giving him a hard time about his relationships. I mean, look at this whole deal with you and Cooper. I interrupted Jared. Stop! You agreed not to mention his name to me. Just to shut you up in your wide-addle rant. I didn't actually mean it. Cooper is a great guy. Wait a minute, Jesse said, holding his head up. I thought things were going good between you and Cooper, sis. Well, your sis likes to be difficult, Jared said. I said stop. We didn't fly all the way to Vegas to give me a hard time about my love life or lack thereof, and right now we need to find Ashley so we can just focus on that. Sure, Press. For now, Jessie said. Can you think of anything Ashley would have needed money for? Any big bills? Not that I know of, Presley. I told you her parents sent her money, or at least that's what she told me, but then it seems as there is a lot I don't know about her that I thought I did. Have you even met her parents? No. They live in Nebraska. We talked about going to see them at Christmas. My eyebrows rose. Maybe baby brother was finally serious. His M.O. was to dump girls before holidays to avoid all the family stuff, not make plans to meet their folks and to have them meet his. Maybe they didn't send her money. I mean, maybe that was her excuse for her nice things. I hate to make you feel worse, but you've got to admit, Jessie, that the clothes and furniture in her apartment are worth much more than a teacher could pay for. Is she the kind of person who just wants nice things enough to work an extra job to pay for it? Not the Ashley I thought I knew, but I'm so confused. I don't know what to think right now about who she was, or what I knew about her. Jesse looked at his watch. Crap. I have to get back to work in less than an hour. You just got off work. What do you mean you have to go back in again? I asked. Presley, I volunteered for extra shifts last week before Ashley went missing. I needed the money, and Ashley has a lot of things at night with her girlfriends. She belongs to a book club and has taken a knitting class. I might as well work as to sit at home bored. Realization came over Jessie. She probably didn't actually have all those clubs and classes, did she? God, I am an idiot. How could I not have noticed? Jessie, don't be hard on yourself. She did a good job of hiding it, that's all. You didn't do anything wrong. Jessie, women are devious, and they are masters at manipulation, Jared said. Why do you think I prefer men? We are simple creatures, straightforward, and no playing games. Noticing me giving him a funny look, he said, What? You know it's true. Right. Like I haven't seen you play a game or two in your dating life. Whatever. A few times don't count. Just admit it. Women are difficult. They are high maintenance. Nope. Not our fault. Guys just are oblivious and don't understand us. Would you guys stop your bickering and focus on the issue? Jessie said. I have to go to work in a few, and you guys need to keep looking for Ashley. Jessie, I hate to say this, but I have no idea where to go from here, I said. And we have a wedding tomorrow. This is a job for the detectives. I have an idea, but you're going to hate it, Press, Jared said. Who cares? Jessie said at the same time I asked, What is it? I think we should call Cooper and ask him to do a background check on Ashley. If anyone can dig up some dirt, he can. And let's face it, he has the resources and is the real deal when it comes to this. Cooper ran his own private security firm and had access to things normal folk didn't. Oh, yeah, that's a brilliant idea, I said sarcastically. Just what I need for him to think I'm getting involved again in something I shouldn't be. No thanks. Presley, don't be selfish, Jessie said. If he can help us, then let's ask. I sat there and thought. I knew it was ridiculous to make things harder to find Ashley and refuse help that Cooper could give just because I didn't want to have to talk to him. The last time we chatted hadn't gone so well, and I had hung up on him. He had been upset I was involved in trying to solve the murder of my boss. I told him she was my boss, and I'm the one who found her, so of course I had to be involved. We kept arguing, and I just got fed up. Calling him now would require an apology and all that, and I wasn't ready for that. But then again, what a bad sister was I, putting my own interest in front of Jessie's, finding his girlfriend. I sighed. Okay, fine, I'll call him. Thanks, sis. Jessie jumped off the couch and gave me a kiss on the cheek, which I tried to push away playfully. I'm going to jump in the shower and get ready for work. Call him now, please. I can't believe I agreed to this, I said to Jared, after Jessie walked to his room to get ready for work. Don't be such a baby. You know this is the right thing to do. Besides, it gives you a great excuse to call him without totally groveling for hanging up on him last time. You know he won't refuse to help you and Jessie. I know, and it's the right thing to do, but still. Just call and get it over with. If you think about it too much, it'll get harder and harder. I pulled out my phone and stared at it. Why was I so reluctant to call him? Yes, there was the little fact that I had hung up on him the last time we talked, and that was after I called him a few names and said I didn't want to talk to him again. But I had been mad, and the reason I was mad had been his fault. He was the one who argued with me, trying to tell me what to do. He was the one who traveled all the time. Hell, he didn't even live in Chicago or Illinois for that matter. Not that it probably mattered, since he was always on the road. I didn't want to just be one of his many ladies in each city, an accusation that had really pissed him off. He said I was being unfair, as he had never given me any reason to not trust him, and I shouldn't hold him liable for the actions of my past boyfriends. But I knew better. Or did I? How could someone as fabulous as that want to be faithful to me when he had the opportunity to meet all sorts of wonderful women? I had to protect myself. Didn't I? For God's sakes, give me that phone, Jared said, snatching it out of my hand. Just dial and get it over with, like a Band-Aid. It needs to happen quick, and don't think about it. Jared, don't you dare. I warned. Here you go. It's ringing. I grabbed the phone back from him and felt my heart might explode. It was all of a sudden beating so fast. Cooper picked up on the fourth ring. "Let me call you back in 5, he said, and hung up. I just sat there dazed and put the phone back in my lap. Not because of his response. That was typical, and in his line of business I understood. He couldn't always drop everything for me. He had told me once he didn't want to just send me to voicemail, so this was his compromise. I thought it was sweet of him at the time. "What happened?" Jared said. "Did he answer? Don't tell me you just hung up on him again." "No. He said he would call me back in 5. He must be busy." What if he's with the girl? How did I get talked into this? I feel so stupid. I moaned, putting my head into my hands. "Oh, stop. You should only feel stupid because the last time you talked to him, you hung up on him. And I'm sure he isn't with a girl. I don't think he's like that, and it's clear he isn't over you." "You don't know that." "Well, neither do you, and he's never done anything to hurt you. He deserves the benefit of the doubt." I was jolted out of my negative thoughts by the phone ringing. It was Cooper calling back. Well, here it goes, I thought, bracing myself. "Hello?" "This is a surprise. What do I owe the pleasure?" Cooper said, not sounding all too thrilled to be talking to me, though that was understandable given our last exchange. I guess I should be happy he called me back at all. "I need your help with something," I blurted out before I could lose my nerve. "Have I missed something here?" Cooper asked. "Didn't you tell me the last time we talked that you wanted nothing to do with me and then hung up? Or did I somehow misunderstand? I mean, I thought the words, 'We're over, don't call me,' meant, 'We're over, don't call me.'" "Cooper, can we not talk about that right now? I need your help for my brother." "Presley, I am more than happy to help in spite of our last exchange, but I don't feel I'm too far out there wanting at least somewhat of an apology." I covered the phone with my hand and whispered to Jared, "He wants an apology." "And you're telling me this why? Give him one. After all, you owe it to him. You know you didn't mean what you said last time." "Some friend you are." Turning my attention back to the phone, I said, "Okay, I'm sorry for hanging up on you last time. There. Happy now? Can we move on?" "Well, I guess I can accept that for now. But we aren't finished talking about this." Cooper laughed, breaking the tension, "whether you like it or not. So tell me, why are you calling me? What's going on with Jesse?" "I'm calling you for Jesse. His girlfriend Ashley is missing, and Jared thought you might be able to help. Maybe run a background check or something. You know, something that might give us a clue as to where she is." "Are you sure she's just not off somewhere with girlfriends?" "You don't think we already thought about that?" I said, exasperated. "She hasn't shown up at work, on her day job at least, and no one knows where she is. Jared and I thought the same thing at first, but when we went to her apartment, it had been ransacked, and then, you're not going to believe this." I paused. Not because I didn't want to tell Cooper about Ashley moonlighting, but because it just seemed surreal. I hadn't really had a chance to think about it. "Are you going to tell me this thing I'm not going to believe anytime soon?" Cooper asked, bringing me back to the conversation. "Yes, I was getting to it." We discovered Ashley was stripping at a place called the Pink Pony, and Jesse had no idea she was doing it, or why. "Presley, I can understand why that would bother Jesse, but what does that have to do with her missing?" His nonchalance was starting to get annoying. "Don't you think if she was hiding something like that from Jesse, the reason for doing so could be the same reason she is now missing? Besides, her apartment was destroyed, and the last time Jesse saw her was at the apartment, and he said it was in perfect condition. And it looked like blood was sprayed all over her place. Doesn't that seem odd? People don't usually get their apartments trashed if there isn't something going on. And Jesse is sure she didn't trash it herself. He said she was meticulous about her stuff." "Okay, I see your point, and yes, I will agree that the trash department does sound good. What is it you want me to do? I don't know. The police won't get involved yet. I thought this was your expertise. Why ask me? Hey, you're the one who keeps getting mixed up in this stuff. I thought you would have it all figured out by now. I rolled my eyes at Jared. I was going to have to make a real effort to be nice, or this would escalate into a fight like it had the last time. Jared could read her body language. Be nice, he whispered. We need this help. Cooper, I said with exaggerated sweetness, I called because I wanted your expertise in this matter. Well, if you put it that way. Can you give me her full name and social and/or driver's license number? I think maybe starting with a background check could be useful. Jared, go ask Jesse if he knows Ashley's social security number or driver's license number. I turned my attention back to Cooper. What else do you need? Nothing. For this, anyway. Cooper, don't start with me. Presley, it's not fair. I deserve the courtesy of an explanation. Just when I was about to retort, for the millionth time I had already given him an explanation, Jared came back. Here, he said, handing me a piece of paper. Ashley co-signed for Jessie to get this apartment, and all her info is on here. I looked at Jared quizzically. Interesting that this girl liked my brother enough to co-sign on his apartment, but then hid so much. Jared evidently could read her mind. I know. Seems strange. Okay, Coop. I have a rental application in my hands with all her info. Want me to read it to you? Yep. Go ahead. And know that you may have a reprieve right now, but we will talk about this. I sighed. The things I did for family. Chapter 7. Where are you? Anna exclaimed. I had just called her to let her know what was going on with Ashley, and I could tell she was mad we had ditched her by the pool. But really, how mad could she be? She was the one at the pool while Jared and I were looking for Ashley and trying to calm Jessie down. Though after what we found at her apartment, I was a lot more worried than I had been prior. Sorry, but we have a bit of a crisis here. What's going on? Ashley is missing. So that's why she didn't show up last night? But what do you mean by missing? I mean, she is missing. No one has heard from her, and she hasn't shown up for work or contacted Jessie. And get this. I lowered my voice. We went to her apartment, and it was torn apart. More so than my apartment last month when that Peter guy broke in. And there was blood all over. Oh my God, Press. What do you think happened? I have no idea. But we called the cops, I said, filling her in on the rest of the details. Do I need to postpone the wedding? No, I don't think Jessie would want that. Besides, you have family here, and logistically it would be a nightmare. I promise I won't let you down with my maid of honor duties. Oh, please, I'm not even worried about that. You take care of Jessie and find Ashley. I really like her. I know, me too. I will call you later. I know we were supposed to go out to dinner tonight, but not sure we'll be able to do that. Don't worry about that. The last thing I need to do is eat anyway, and I am more than confident the guys can amuse themselves down in the casino. Keep me posted. I will. I talked Anna into coming back to the Pink Pony with us to try once again to talk to Michelle. Frankly, I didn't have to try too hard. She thought the adventure would be fun. Another great I got married in Vegas story. I felt a lot more comfortable with her being there, so I wasn't the only female at our table. Though, to be honest, there were a lot of couples there. Another weird thing, in my opinion. But to each his own. I don't think any less of these ladies here, because, hey, we all have to make money, and I, for one, would love to have more money. And I admit, I even admire their confidence in being naked, and admire the fact that they work out and eat right to look this fabulous. But I have such a hard time understanding how anyone could take off their clothes in front of those gross guys, I said. Press, just because they like to look at naked chicks while they eat lunch doesn't make them all gross. Look around. These are mostly businessmen. You know, Presley, it's just a job, Jared said. A a job like any other. Being a greeter at Walmart would suck because look at all the crazy people there. But they just ignore it. It's a means to an end. I bet these gals don't even think about the guys being, well, gross guys. They think of them as a commodity. It's just something they do to make money, like the Walmart cashier. I guess you're right. Do you suppose we should go ask the bartender if Michelle is in yet? Good idea. Look, Jared said, nodding his head in the direction of the bar. It's the same bartender from last night. You know, the one with the bubbly personality. Let me go ask him this time. Maybe it takes a woman's touch, I said, winking. I'll come with you, Anna said. It's going to take something, said Jared. Maybe you should have worn something a little more revealing. Nah, he sees TNA all day, I said. I bet he's more turned on by my lack of cleavage showing. Sure, if you say so, Jared said skeptically. I walked over to the bar and leaned against it, looking at the bartender to get his attention. He walked over and set a cocktail napkin down in front of me and said, What can I get you, doll? I would like 2 rum and cokes and some information, doll, I said. The bartender looked at me strangely. I know about the 2-drink minimum. I thought I would just hurry up and get it out of the way. I waved my hands as if I didn't have a care in the world. Frequent these places a lot, do ya? He said. I was sure he could tell the type who were regulars of these places, and I definitely didn't fall into that category. Maybe. He slid me 2 watered-down rum and cokes, and just stared. Did he want a tip or something? Maybe, just maybe I would think about it if he gave me any useful info. So listen, what's your name? I said. My question was met with a blank stare. I wondered if it was the difficulty of the question or that he didn't want to tell me his name. I would bet. This is only the 2nd time you've been in a joint like this. I looked at him surprised. He would remember. Of course I remember. I never forget those who don't look like they belong in a low-class establishment like this. I think that was a compliment. At least, I was going to take it as such. Come on, your name can't be that bad. Mine's Presley. I was named after the king of rock and roll. Really, it can't get much worse. This is my friend Anna. I was trying to be friendly, but it didn't really seem to be working. Sweetie, he said. Excuse me? Did he really just say sweetie? This 6-foot-plus guy, as wide as a refrigerator, bald, covered in tattoos, as named Sweetie? No way. I must have heard wrong. Sweetie. The girls call me Sweetie. Okay, Sweetie. I would call him whatever he wanted to get him talking. Is Michelle working tonight? Again, he just stared at me. It was starting to make me uncomfortable. It seemed very scrutinizing. Which Michelle? We got 2. The one with the big, well, you know. I said more than a little embarrassed. Which was stupid. I mean, boobs were boobs, not a big deal. You told my friend last night to talk to Michelle, that she might know where our friend Ashley was. I pointed over my shoulder to Jessie and Jared. Lady, they all got big boobs in here. But you must mean Michelle G. Yeah, okay. Is she here tonight? I can get you introduced to Michelle, you know. Make sure she doesn't sneak out the back again. I can do that for you. On one condition. He was obviously aware of what had happened last night. No surprises, I guessed. Bartenders usually knew everything that went on, or at least they did in my experience. I was finally feeling like I was making progress with Sweetie, but the condition made me a little nervous. What could he possibly want from me? And that one condition would be, you're cute. You go to the Sunday night all-you-can-eat rib feast at the Golden Corral with me, and I will see it Michelle talks to you. I can't guarantee what she'll say, but she will talk. Jared walked up behind me and overheard the bartender ask me out. He could also see I was about to freak out, so he answered for me. Presley loves ribs. She would be delighted. Sweetie didn't seem to find it at all odd that Jared answered for me, and took it as face value. Okay, meet me there at 7. I know it's late, but it's the best time to get there, after those senior citizens. You don't want to mess with them. He winked. I just looked at Jared with my best WTF stare. I had been about to say yes. After all, I needed to talk to Michelle, and if I needed to take one for the team, I could do that. But I would have preferred to answer him myself. Oh, stop, Jared hissed. You were hesitating. I turned back to Sweetie. 7 it is. Now where is Michelle? Sweetie walked out from behind the bar, calling out to the other bartender that he would be back in a sec. The other bartender looked none too pleased but didn't say anything. I had the feeling not many people disagreed with Sweetie. As nice as his name might make him sound, I had a feeling it was very much a misnomer. He nodded his head as if to say, "Follow me." I looked at Jared. He shrugged. So we followed. Sweetie walked to the back of the bar, and through a door marked Employees Only, the same place Jared had walked through the night before. I assumed this is where the dressing rooms were. Would the girls be okay with a couple of strangers coming back to their private dressing area? As we walked in, the girls looked up, saw it was Sweetie, and turned back to what they were doing. They didn't seem too concerned at all. Shell, you need to talk to these folks. Yeah, says who? Me, that's who. None of this sneaking out again. Shell gave Sweetie a dirty look, but didn't seem to refuse, which I found strange. Was she scared of him or just respectful? Whichever. I wasn't going to argue. There you go, doll. Shell will talk to you. Now, don't forget our date tomorrow. With that, Sweetie turned around and walked out, leaving me and Jared to deal with the none too pleased Michelle. Didn't you get the hint yesterday? She said. I ain't got nothing to say. Yes, you do, or you wouldn't have ducked out like that. We're not stupid, I said, trying to act tough. We just want to find out what happened to our friend. Listen, I don't know what happened to your friend. Just leave me out of it. Michelle started to turn away from us. Listen yourself, sister, Jared snapped. I was impressed. This wasn't like Jared. You do too know something, and Sweetie told us you would talk. Now, I don't know what the deal is with you two, but Presley here has already agreed to go to an all-you-can-eat ribs feast with him, and you are going to talk. You're kidding me. Suddenly, Michelle had an attitude change and seemed very interested in what Jared had just said. You really agreed to go out with him? She asked, skeptically. Yes, I did. He seems nice, and a girl's got to eat. I wasn't dying to go out with this guy, but I didn't like the way Michelle seemed to take it. He wasn't that bad. Not bad at all, really. Just different from what I was used to. He is a nice guy. He's just really shy. I can't believe he asked you out. Wow. He must really have the hots for you. Okay. Fine. What do you want to know? Where is Ashley? I don't know. I haven't seen her for a few days, and that's the truth. How long has she worked here? I asked. I don't know. I've been here almost a year and a half, and she was here when I started. Did she have any regulars or any enemies? Anyone who maybe paid too much or the wrong kind of attention to her? Not that I know of. Everyone liked Ashley. She's beautiful and nice. She always knew how to handle the real assholes. She always felt sorry for them if they had to come here and didn't have someone to go home to. She talked a lot about this guy she had to go home to, as she put it. She seemed to really dig him. That's my brother, Jesse. At least I hope it is. That's why I'm here. Jesse hasn't heard from her in days, and he's worried sick. Yeah, Jesse. That's the name. She was always talking about that guy. We talked to Michelle a few more minutes, but didn't really find much out, though I had a weird feeling that she knew more than she was telling us. But I was just happy she hadn't bolted out the back room yet. We finally left, and Jesse went to work for the graveyard shift. One he said he enjoyed even if the hours kind of sucked. He said the weird people who came out that time of night were entertaining, which was most of the reason he liked his job and had lasted longer than any job in the previous few years because of the interesting people. Well, the interesting people and his girlfriend Ashley. After Jesse left, Anna, Jared, and I sat up for a while discussing all the potential theories we had on Ashley's disappearance, which took all of 5 minutes as we didn't really have any. I'm beat, Jared. I was tired before, and this wine did me in, I said. That and the time difference, Jared said. It's almost 3 a.m. back home. Let's get some sleep and then check out the pool when we wake up. We aren't here to lay by the pool, Jared. Don't be such a stick in the mud. Jesse will be sleeping when we get up, and we have to wait for Cooper to call. I wasn't aware of any other ideas we had, so there's not much we can do but wait. You've got a point. See you in the morning. Chapter 8. I was startled out of a sound sleep by the ringing of a phone. After a few seconds, I woke up enough to realize it was mine, and opened one eye to locate it on the nightstand, and then reached over to grab it, thinking it was probably Anna being super excited she was about to get married. I was a little surprised when I saw instead it was Cooper. "What are you calling so early for?" I said. "Good morning to you too, sunshine. And it's not early, it's 10 a.m. Maybe for you, but here it's early, only 7, and I haven't had coffee yet. You know I'm not functioning until I've had my coffee." "Sorry, sugar, but I thought you might be interested in finding out about Ashley. I got the background check back this morning." I sat up wide awake without the benefit of caffeine. "What did you find out? Anything that will help us?" He chuckled. "I thought that might put you in a better mood." "Come on, out with it. You know what I'm like when I haven't had my coffee, so you knew the risks of calling me this early," I teased. "What did you find out? Is it bad?" I pulled the covers around me, so if it was the news I didn't want to hear, I could get off the phone and retreat back to dreamland, if only it were that easy. "Calm down, Press. No, it's not bad. It is somewhat interesting." "Just tell me already." All the information on the application was accurate, except for her leaving out her stint at the Pink Pony, which we knew. She was arrested once, but quickly released, and all charges dropped. Other than that, nothing out of the ordinary. "She was arrested? For what?" Now, that's the part I find interesting. "Why? Tell me." "I'm trying to. Stop interrupting." "She was arrested about a year ago, but I can't find any records as to what she was arrested for or who was the arresting officer, just that it was in Vegas." 2 standard pieces of information. It looks like it is a processing error of some kind, but to me, that's a red flag. "Why?" "Usually when I see something like this, it means there was something done to the record on the behalf of the law enforcement. Could be friends in high places, which with her position at the Pink Pony makes me wonder whose side she's on. The good guys or bad guys?" "What do you mean?" "Well, working at the Pink Pony, she would come across just as many unsavory characters as good guys. Maybe she was working for someone dealing with something illegal." I didn't even want to think about that possibility. Jesse would be devastated. If someone wanted to bury it, why would it come up at all then? Wouldn't they just have the entire record deleted so it didn't exist? It's extremely difficult to eliminate something totally from the database. It's much easier to just mess with the information. And unless someone is looking for something specific, nobody would really pay attention. The system is like any other. It has issues, and it's only as accurate as the person inputting the information. Then how can you know this isn't just a legitimate processing issue? Because it just doesn't happen that often. I would say maybe 1 out of 5 is an actual clerical error. The rest are intentional. I've learned to assume all errors are intentional until I can prove otherwise. Cooper's company provided top security to well-known figures and many celebrities. He was trained to find out the truth no matter how buried. I was glad Jared made me call him, for many reasons. It's great having this information, but what exactly should we do with it? Is there any way to find out why she was arrested? Can we go to the police station and ask? It's public information, isn't it? Whoever might have messed with the file couldn't have deleted all the documents. Could they have? Cooper laughed. Well, there's public information, and then there's public information. Presley, if someone went to the trouble of trying to cover something up, you're not going to just waltz in and casually ask what the real scoop is. That course of action would be sure to alert the wrong people, if indeed the wrong people are the ones who buried it in the first place. You have to handle these things with finesse, and even then, you may not get anywhere. Let me make some calls and see what I can find out. Thanks, Cooper. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. I was happy he was around. There is something else I need to tell you that may make your appreciation for me drop a little bit. Okay, I said slowly, knowing that if Cooper didn't really want to tell me something, it must be pretty bad. And I wasn't at all sure I wanted to hear whatever bad thing he had to say. I also ran a background check on Jesse. You what? I yelled. Why in the hell did you do that? Did you check me out too? Now wait a minute, Press. I had a good reason. Just hear me out. I thought that I might find some connection between her background and his that might be a reason for what has happened. Why she is missing. Whether or not it's sinister, anything. I guess that makes sense, I said grudgingly. So I take it you found something in Jesse's background that you feel is a problem? Not really a problem, but interesting as well. Did you know that he also has an arrest record? What? No. Of course I didn't know that. What the hell has he got himself into now? Our parents were going to flip when they found out. Their golden child with a record. Mom wasn't going to be happy. It seems like your brother not only works in a casino helping people gamble and lose money, but likes gambling himself and has been betting on the ponies and got himself in some hot water with some folks you don't want to be in hot water with. I don't understand. His arrest was for racketeering at its lowest form, which means he was at a very low level, probably collecting for someone. He maybe didn't even know exactly who he was working for. What do you mean, collecting? I didn't like where this was going. I am making an assumption here, but he was probably working to pay off a debt by collecting money from other people who owed whoever it was he owed. The information contained in his file stated that detectives who arrested him were looking for information as part of something bigger, that Jesse was of much more importance to them. That's not a lot of information. What do you mean, something bigger? Please put it in layman's terms. From what I can gather, he was a small fish in a big pond, and the detectives could have cared less about him. He just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was arrested and fined and put on probation. As long as he doesn't get in trouble in the next year, all is good. How was he able to get a job at a casino with an arrest record? Seems to me they would be sort of strict with that kind of thing, I said. He was arrested after he got his job. And as far as I know, once someone is employed, they're safe, unless the casino senses something is going on or have a reason to do another background check. So he's probably safe, unless they do random checks. I was silent as I processed what Cooper had just told me. How could Jesse not tell me this, especially in light of what was going on with Ashley? We were close, and rarely kept things from each other. I couldn't believe he wouldn't tell me something like this. Still there, Press? Yeah. Just thinking. Not sure what I'm supposed to do with this information. Do I confront him and let him know that I know? I think you have to, Press. But it's not that big of a deal, so I wouldn't make it into one. What do you mean it's not that big of a deal? I hissed on the phone. How could Cooper not think my brother being arrested wasn't a big deal? It was a huge deal. I just mean that it's in the past. Before you get mad and yell and put him on the defense, tell him calmly that you know what happened. Let him tell his side of it, and then decide if it warrants getting mad or not. The bigger issue here is finding Ashley, not berating your brother for something that already happened. I guess you're right. I pretended to agree with him. But fat chance I wasn't going to let Jesse have it from keeping this from me. I was his sister, after all, and that was my job, to rub his face in his mistakes. I looked at the clock. Jared and I are going to try to catch up with him after his shift, which is in about an hour. I'll see what he has to say, and then call you back. Okay. Take care, he said warmly. I hung up the phone feeling happy from talking to Cooper, but my smile faded as I thought about Jesse and the explaining he had to do. I left a message for Anna that we'd be back soon. I didn't want her freaking out thinking we had disappeared, since it was her wedding day, and Jared and I headed to the casino to meet Jesse after his shift. I was anxious to tell Jesse what we found out about Ashley. I was assuming he didn't know. And I was even more anxious to ask him about his arrest, even though I begrudgingly agreed with Cooper that I should wait to hear what he had to say before getting upset. Jared and I were sipping on coffee from the stand just at the edge of the casino floor, waiting for Jesse. By the time he walked up, I had convinced myself that yes, it would be best to calmly ask what happened. I had told Jared what Cooper had told me, and he agreed. There was nothing to be gained by flying off at the handle, and Ashley was our main concern. Jesse slid into the empty chair between me and Jared. He looked exhausted. Between the double shifts and worrying about Ashley, he probably hadn't had a good night's sleep in days, poor baby. If our mom was there, she would be fawning all over him. Don't get me wrong, she would do it over me, too. She was just good like that. "Can I get you a coffee, Jesse?" Jared asked. "That would be great. Tell them it's for me. My employee number is 991155. It gets me half off." Jared walked over to order Jesse's coffee. "Long shift, bro?" "The usual," Jesse replied. "Nothing difficult. I'm just so worried about Ashley I can't concentrate. Did you guys go back to the Pink Pony?" "Yes. And it only took me going on a pseudo date with the bartender tomorrow to get some information." "Really?" Jesse's eyes perked up. "First, Jesse, I have a question to ask." "What?" Jesse looked confused. I could tell he wondered what I possibly had to ask him that was more important than sharing what I had discovered, or rather hadn't discovered, at the club. "As you know, I called Cooper and asked him to do a background check on Ashley to see if we could get any clues as to what happened or where she went." "Yeah, I know. I gave you her info. So what?" "Well, Cooper also did a background check on you." "What? What the hell did he do that for?" "Jesse, calm down. He did it thinking there might be some commonalities between the two of you, that maybe it would give us a clue to where Ashley was." "He had no right. Neither did you, Presley." "Jeez, Jesse, calm down. For one, I didn't tell Cooper to do it. And why get so bent out of shape unless you have something to hide? Do you?" I couldn't resist asking. It was hard enough for me to hold back and not just yell at him. Accuse him, rather, if I was being honest. It wasn't that I was mad he did something wrong, though that was part of it, but that he didn't tell me about it. I was his sister. Why wouldn't he want to tell me, confide in me? He had always done so in the past. "That's not the point, Presley. It's an invasion of my privacy." "Jesse, I know about the arrest." I couldn't help it.
I had to tell him I knew, so I didn't have to suffer through him being angry on principle that Cooper ran a background check on him. Jesse didn't look surprised. Obviously, he knew the background check would reveal it, and was why he got so bent out of shape. His face fell, and he looked like the little boy who got upset when I ate the last chocolate chip cookie our mom had made when we were kids. I figured as much. Jesse, I do want to hear what happened, but why didn't you tell me? I'm your sister. It's embarrassing, Press. I'm a grown man. I shouldn't be making these stupid decisions that get me in trouble. I knew better. It was stupid. You can be irresponsible, but so can I. Jesse smiled at the comment. We all make stupid mistakes. But if you knew it was stupid, why did you do it? What exactly is it that you did, anyways? Cooper didn't tell you? Well, he told me what he knew, but it wasn't that detailed. The report just said you had been arrested as part of a sting with these bad guys who were in the racketeering business. Cooper said you seemed to be a very small fish, and the authorities weren't all that interested in you. What did you get yourself mixed up in? Press, I feel like such an idiot to admit. I got caught up in gambling. I mean, I'm around it all the time and make fun of these people who just can't seem to stop. I know better. Jesse pounded his fist on the table in frustration. I started just having fun at the track, and I won a few races with what I thought was a system and got all excited, but really in hindsight, it was just dumb luck. I guess I don't see how you went from just having fun betting on a few horses to getting involved with guys who were involved in racketeering. How exactly does that happen anyways? They were loan sharks, basically. People feel lucky, but don't have any money. And these guys loan you what you need at an unheard-of interest rate. But it's not like you can go to the bank for a loan for playing the ponies. So really, what other options are there? Besides, when you're on a lucky streak, you're confident you can pay it back, and you don't worry about the interest rate. You have the confidence you will have everything under control. Nothing bad will happen. I don't know, maybe not betting in the first place? If you don't have any money, don't spend any. Really, Presley? You're one to talk. Your credit card debt isn't any different. You buy things you can't afford. You just charge them. The credit card companies aren't much better than loan sharks. They're just regulated, and they don't threaten bodily harm when you don't pay. I had to admit he had a point. Okay. I guess what I don't understand is how you went from borrowing from loan sharks to working with them. Both things are illegal, but one seems much worse than the other. Is that even what you were doing? Are doing? I'm confused. It's pretty simple. I borrowed money, I lost at the track, and then owed money with a lot of interest. I couldn't pay it back, and so they offered me a way to work it off. It's a lot more common than you think. It's how a lot of good people get sucked into doing bad things. But why you? I mean, I'm sure they don't offer jobs to all the guys who can't make good on their debt. It's not just guys. Chicks gamble too. And no, they don't always offer an alternative. I guess where I got lucky, or unlucky I suppose, is that the guy I was borrowing money from comes into the casino all the time, and he knew me. Liked me even. When I told him I couldn't pay him back, but would as soon as I could raise the money, he said he appreciated my honesty instead of what most guys did, which was try and hide from him. He said he would forgive the debt if I would do a few jobs for him. It was just going to a few houses and collecting what was owed. I knew it was technically wrong, but I wasn't actually in the transaction business. I was just collecting what had already been done, passing along a message. It might seem strange, but I like this guy. For a criminal, he's a straight shooter and very likable. And it was the quickest way to pay off my debt and put the whole mess behind me. Jesse, he's a criminal. Shouldn't that prevent him from being your new BFF? Presley, Everyone makes mistakes. I knew there was a small risk, but I never thought I would get in as much trouble as being arrested. Stupid, I know. When you got arrested, what happened to the guy? Who was it, by the way? Why, you know a lot of Vegas loan sharks, do you? Jessie chuckled. You'd be surprised at who I know. It wasn't far off. My involvement with exposing dirt, a cop from my hometown I'd gone to high school with, as the person who murdered Senator Tom Daniels a few months back. He had killed the senator for the mobster, Garrison Palazzo, who was now behind bars serving a lifelong prison sentence for extortion and murder. 6 months ago, I would have laughed at anyone saying I would know these types of people, but the world could be a strange place. Bud Greer is the guy's name. Big Bud is what folks call him. I hadn't heard of him, but Cooper might know who he was, and surely Simon did. I made a mental note to ask him next time they talked, whenever that would be. He was arrested and is currently out on bail. He's a smart dude and has a lot of money. I'm sure he's got a great lawyer and will get off. If not completely, then I'm sure just a slap on the wrist. He is a good guy, even if he is into illegal dealings. I mean, he really just provides a service. He told me that he would wipe away my debt because he felt bad I got into trouble. Really? That seems odd. I thought those kinds of guys wanted their money or else. He is a good guy, Jessie insisted. This is a family business to him. As long as you have learned your lesson, I don't think this is that much of a big deal, Jess. Well, he hesitated. What? Don't tell me you're still gambling. Didn't you learn your lesson? It's a little bigger than that. What do you mean, Jessie? Big Bud might have forgiven my loans, but his biggest competitor has been doing all he can during Bud's legal issues to take away market share. Market share. Is that common lingo for the gambling underworld? No need to be sarcastic, Press. Do you want to hear me out? Okay, sorry. Go on. Well, I was approached a few weeks ago after Bud's arrest by this guy. He knew I had been arrested in a sting, and it would be in my best interest to do him a few favors. Like what? How does he have anything on you? Because I could lose my job for being arrested, and I don't want to lose my job. I like my job here. I know it's not much, and it's not a career Mom or Dad would have chosen for me, but I enjoy it. Plus there was Ashley. If they found out, would losing your job be a certainty? Of course they can, Presley. Casinos don't want to have their employees who seem to have an issue gambling. It makes sense. I just thought being a good employee may help them overlook that. Maybe Simon could help. Maybe. I just hate to ask for special favors. I can understand that. So what did this guy ask you to do? He wants me to help fix some of the games at the poker tournament that starts tomorrow. I keep saying no, but he's been coming around every day to talk to me about it. It's his way of saying I don't really have a choice. Jessie looked dejected. I wanted to feel sorry for him, because he was my baby brother, and he was already worried enough about Ashley. But this was his own doing. Is there anyone you can go to? Anyone you can tell, so this guy will leave you alone? What about Simon? Surely he would help. I know he would be livid to hear this Benini guy was trying to do shady things in his establishment. Simon's father had been engaged in illegal activity, and Simon had worked really hard to be taken seriously as a legitimate businessman. And say what? Because of my previous illegal dealings, I have someone else wanting me to do illegal things? You don't have to be a jerk about it, Jessie. I'm just trying to help. I know. I'm sorry. I just need to keep saying no. I would rather lose my job than do anything else illegal. Does Simon know this guy has been hanging around? I knew how important it was to Simon to be squeaky clean, with all the shady dealings of his father to live down. Not that I know of, although Simon seems to be aware of everything that goes on around here, so maybe he does. We should talk to the guy that got you in trouble in the first place, Jessie. What was his name again? Bud Greer. And I got myself into trouble. Whatever, it's not important. You said he's a player in this town. Maybe he knows something about Ashley, or something that might have been going on that could be important. I don't know, Press, Jessie said reluctantly. I'm not sure what kind of information about Ashley he might have. Who cares if it's a long shot? Isn't doing something better than doing nothing? You're absolutely right. Let me call him. Jessie stepped away to make the call. Ooh, this'll be exciting, said Jared. What? Talking to a real-life Vegas gangster. I rolled my eyes. What are you thinking? That we will meet him, and he will be in a three-piece suit with wingtip shoes, and men with machine guns flanking him? Don't be silly, though that would be nice. I think he will just be an interesting person to meet, that's all. Jessie walked back to us. He said come on over now. Okay, but we need to make it quick. We have a wedding this afternoon. We drove about 15 minutes out of town, and Jessie turned into a driveway that led up to a magnificent house, or should I say mansion. Wow, Jared said, and they say crime doesn't pay. No kidding. This place is gorgeous. Wait until you see the inside, Jessie said. His wife decorated it all herself, and she had amazing taste. Had? I questioned. She passed away from multiple sclerosis a few years back. One of the things Bud does is gives a lot of money to fund MS research. He is very philanthropic. That's interesting for someone in his line of work. I told you he was a good guy. This is a family business. Bud just took over for his dad. I wasn't prepared to like him no matter what Jessie said. After all, he was a criminal, and I wanted to blame him for Jessie being involved where he shouldn't, though deep down I knew that wasn't rational. We walked up to the door, which had to be about 10 feet tall of glass panels that looked perfect in the stonework that was on the front of the house. As we reached the door, it opened. Hi, Jessie. Glad to have you stop by. Hi, Bud. Thanks for seeing us on such short notice. This was Bud? This guy looked like a high school gym teacher, probably in his late 40s. Sandy blonde hair and blue eyes, average height and size. He looked like the guy next door, not someone who dealt in mostly illegal trading for a living. Who are your friends? Bud asked warmly. This is my sister Presley, and this is Jared, he said, pointing to all of us. He shook our hands. Wonderful to meet you all. Please come in. We followed him in the house, which led to the largest foyer I had ever seen. Now, I wasn't very good at judging spatial areas, but the ceiling was easily 20 feet high, and the area was about 30 feet in diameter. It was shaped like a cylinder, with halls going off in several different directions. From this angle, it looked like it was shaped like a big bicycle wheel. It was very unique. He led us down the spoke to the right, which opened up into the biggest kitchen I had ever seen. One entire wall was windows, and the light played off the all-white cabinets and stainless appliances, contrasting with the very dark, almost black, Brazil wood floor. This kitchen is absolutely beautiful. I mean, your house is amazing, but this kitchen... And I don't even like to cook. Thank you, Presley. This is actually my favorite room of the house. I do love to cook. It's my hobby. And this room is just so warm and cozy. The rest of the house is okay, but this room, Let's just say when I have people over, this is where we spend our time. Well, I can see why. He smiled at my comments, and I could tell this room was special to him. I looked on the opposite wall of the bay windows and saw what must be family photos. His late wife was blonde and beautiful, as were the 2 boys and 1 girl in the picture. They all looked like their mother. He caught me looking. Beautiful, aren't they? They sure are. I assume this is your family. Yes, that's Marguerite. She passed away a few years ago. The kids are all grown and out of the house. Jake, the one on the right, is 25 and works in New York at a brokerage firm. He wants to be a Wall Street tycoon. Marcy, the middle one, is a senior at Brown, and Jimmy, the youngest, is a freshman at UNLV. He's the only one who wanted to stay around here, but he lives on campus. I guess you could say I'm now an empty nester. I could tell how proud he was of his family. Maybe I was being too judgmental, and Jesse was right, and Bud was a good guy. I just had a hard time reconciling in my head a person engaged in criminal activity and this family man standing in front of me. So what can I help you with, Jesse? A couple of things, actually. Though don't feel obligated. You've already done enough for me. Not nearly enough, Jesse. Now tell me, what do you need? Benini has been sniffing around and wants me to help his brother win at the poker tournament. That sounds about right. He's been bothering a lot of my guys. I can help you take care of that. You're at Simon's Casino, right? Yes. Simon and I go way back. I'll give him a call. Does he know about this? Not for me, but Benini has been hanging around, so I'm sure he knows something is up. I'm sure he does. Not much slips by him. What else? You remember my girlfriend Ashley? Yes, I do. You brought her to my getting out of jail celebration. The beautiful blonde, much too good for you. He teased. That's the one. She disappeared. And not only that, when we went to her apartment, it was ripped apart, and there was blood all over the place. We called the cops, of course, but they won't tell me much of what they think or is going on. I found some disturbing things about her, and I guess I thought since you're so connected you might have heard something. That sounds horrible, but I'm not sure what you mean by hearing something. Bud genuinely looked confused, and I sensed that he wanted to help us, but just wasn't sure what we were asking. Well, there is something I didn't know about her that I found out. She worked at the Pink Pony. I felt bad for Jesse, as he still looked hurt and embarrassed. You mean she worked at Benini's club? Now I can see why you think I might be able to help. Do you think Benini is involved? Bud shook his head, as if he didn't like hearing this information. I don't know what to think. I thought maybe you might know if there were any rumors floating around about happenings at the Pink Pony, and maybe Ashley got involved in something she shouldn't have. I haven't heard anything out of the ordinary. He runs drugs out of there, but as far as I've ever heard, the girls at the club don't get involved. It's usually the guys who work there. That made me take interest. Could Sweetie be involved in illegal activity? He didn't really seem the type. But then, what did I know? Do you think she was involved in something like that? Bud asked. I really have no idea. I didn't know she was working at the Pink Pony until she disappeared, Jessie said sheepishly. Bud seemed to pick up on Jessie's discomfort, and I could tell he felt bad. I will ask around and let you know what I find out. I hope for your sake she isn't involved with Benini's shenanigans. He's not a good man. I know. That's why I came to you. I'm glad you did.
Chapter 9. We had just left Big Bud. And Jesse was right. He was a nice guy. However, my head was reeling from the mess that Jesse was in. I pulled my phone out of my purse and saw I had several missed calls from Anna. Shame washed over me. This was her big day, and I wasn't there for her. I knew she understood I needed to help my brother, but I felt bad. I decided to call her and promised to be all about her until after the wedding. There wasn't much we could do now anyways. I needed to talk to Cooper, and I was sure the police were on top of things. I was going to have his help with this. I also wondered if we should tell the detectives the latest developments, anything to help Ashley. Anna picked up on the first ring. "Oh, Presley, you won't believe this." She sounded completely distraught. I couldn't imagine what had happened. "Are you okay, Anna? What happened? What's wrong?" "Presley, he left." "Who left?" "Jeff." "Wait a minute. What happened? I'm confused." "It's pretty simple. He told me he couldn't go through with this, and left. I think he's still here in Vegas with his friends, but he isn't at this hotel, and he certainly is not planning on marrying me." She was sobbing so hard I could hardly understand her. "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. We will be there in 15 minutes. I hung up and looked at Jared and Jesse. "What happened?" asked Jared. "That asshole Jeff left her at the altar, or almost altar. Said he didn't want to get married and just left her." "Oh, my God. Poor girl," said Jared. "I will hurry. Traffic isn't too bad this time of day." It seemed like an eternity before we pulled into Harrah's, but I'm sure it was much longer for Anna. I gave Jesse the card key to my room so he could try to take a quick nap. He hadn't wanted to, but Jared and I convinced him that going on 48 hours with no sleep wasn't good, and he needed to be at his best to help Ashley. Jared and I headed up to Anna's room. We knocked on the door, and it immediately opened. She must have been waiting for us. She was a wreck, understandably so. I took one look at her tear-stained face and wanted to kill Jeff. He better hope I didn't run into him anytime soon. "Anna, I'm so sorry. I hate this for you. What got into him?" Jared and I hugged her. "I don't know. This morning things were fine. We went to breakfast and we were headed to our couples massage. On the way there, he turned to me and just said he didn't want to be married, that he loved me and would like to stay together. He just wasn't ready to get married." "What did you say? About staying together?" I was hoping she told him where to go. "What the hell do you think? I told him over my dead body that I was done, that he better have his shit out of my apartment by the time I got back, and I never wanted to see him again, and even that would be too soon." "You go, girl," said Jared. "He doesn't deserve you. You can get much better." "What did your parents say?" I asked. "I haven't told them. I'm afraid to. They never liked Jeff anyway, and what if they say, 'I told you so'?" "They won't, Anna. They love you. They will probably be happy he's finally gone and won't care about the money. Do you want me to tell them?" "Would you?" "Of course I would. Now what can we do for you?" "Honestly, Presley, I want to kill him. But since I can't do that, I want to take a long nap and then go get my massage, and then you are taking me out drinking so I can forget this ever happened." "Okay, we can do all those things. Anything we can get you before you take a nap?" "No, I'm good. I just want you to tell my parents and then come pick me up later." "Okay, we'll try and sleep." Jared and I walked out of the room and gently closed the door. "What do you think her parents will really say?" asked Jared. "Trust me, they will be thrilled. They didn't like Jeff at all, even though they tried and did a great job of pretending. Let's go do this now and get it over with." Anna's parents were on the 8th floor, so Jared and I took the elevator down to their room.
I wondered on the way down about Jeff's parents. This put them in a bad position. But then, they weren't responsible for their son's behavior, and what I knew of them, they would feel bad. We got to room 8007, and I knocked on the door. "Just a minute!" I heard Anna's mom, Alice, call out. A few seconds later, the door opened. "Come on in! Look, Henry, more visitors!" More visitors? What did she mean by that? I quickly found out when I walked into their suite to find Jeff's parents. "So I take it you already know," I said to her. "Yes, dear. Jim and Karen were kind enough to come over and break the news as soon as Jeff told them. I was waiting for Anna to call or come down, but let me guess, she sent you to do it instead?" "Yeah," I said sheepishly. "She was afraid you would be mad at the money you spent for nothing." "That girl," Alice said fondly. "Of course I'm not upset. Her father and I don't care about the money. We care about her and just want her to be happy. That's what I tried to tell her. Where is she now?" "She's in her room trying to take a nap. She then said she was getting a massage and wanted to go out tonight and forget all this happened." I felt a little uncomfortable with Jeff's parents listening. I didn't want to be rude, but it was their son who just jilted my best friend and caused her pain. Jeff's mom spoke up. "Will you tell her for us how sorry we are? We love Anna like a daughter, and I'm mortified he handled this the way he has." I could tell by her eyes she had shed at least a few tears, and I felt bad for everyone involved. Well, except that idiot Jeff. May he live the rest of his days out miserable and alone. "We know he hasn't always treated her the best, but we never expected this. We thought he had finally realized how lucky he was having a wonderful girl like Anna." "I sure will. Let me know if there's anything I can do, Alice. Are you guys going to stay through Monday?" "I don't see why not. That's what we were just discussing with Karen and Jim. Just because this has happened doesn't mean we shouldn't make the best of it and enjoy the rest of our time here. I hope Anna isn't thinking about going home either." "I'm not sure, but I will make sure she stays. I agree that we can always find a silver lining, and what a better way for her to start getting over this than to have some fun away from home." We left the room, and I wanted a Diet Coke, so we headed downstairs to the general store located in the lobby. "What now?" Jared asked. "Well, Jesse is sleeping, and he needs a few hours at least. Same with Anna. I don't have my suit, but let's go to the pool and soak up some sun while we're waiting on them, and maybe something will come to us." "Something what?" "I don't know. About Ashley, or how to make Jeff's life miserable. Either one would be good for me." We got to lie out for a couple hours before my phone rang. It was Jesse looking for us. We told him to meet us out by the pool, and in a few minutes he came down. He sat next to us and leaned back into the chair. "What have you guys been doing?" "Soaking up some sun," Jared replied. "I called Sweetie from the Pink Pony and asked him to meet me tonight since the wedding is off," Presley said. "What did he say?" asked Jesse. "That he would meet me at 7, so I have a few hours still." "Do you really think he knows something?" "I don't know, Jesse, but it's worth a try. Why don't we all head over to my apartment, just in case Ashley calls there, and you can get ready from there. I called the detectives to tell them some of what we found out, and they asked if she had tried to contact me. It made me think that maybe she called my apartment instead of my cell." "Okay, but I hate to wake Anna. She needs her sleep." "Anna's up," Jesse said. "How do you know?" "She woke me up by calling your room. I guess she assumed you would be there. She said to tell you to call her." "Okay." I dug my phone out of my bag and dialed. "Hey, how are you feeling?" "Like crap, but I'm not going to let him ruin me." "Good attitude. Listen, how do you feel about heading over to Jesse's? He wants to hang out there in case Ashley calls." "Sure. Meet you in the lobby in 15. Chapter 10. "Hey, Presley, you're not going to believe who just got here," Jared said,
opening the door to the bathroom at Jesse's, where I was trying to get ready for my date with Sweetie. I had just taken my stuff there to get ready because Jesse was already antsy to get back to his apartment. I can't imagine who would be here that I would possibly care about. Now quit bugging me. The fact that I'm trying to get ready for a non-date solidifies the fact I am prostituting myself just to see if by any chance we can get information on Ashley. Not that it's not worth it, don't get me wrong, but I can't believe I'm doing this. I was trying to look my best because that was how I always wanted to look, well, most of the time. But I had spent way longer than necessary finding just the right outfit, one that was sexy and flattering, but wouldn't give Sweetie the wrong impression about this dinner. My life was complicated enough without leading him on. Plus, I didn't like to do that to guys. You are going to want to hear this, Jared replied. I can promise you. Jared, please, leave me alone so I can get ready. This is all your fault anyways. I knew this might be our best chance to get information, but it just felt icky. Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you, Jared said, backing out of the room. And I'm going to say I told you so, after you realized you should have listened to me. I wasn't exactly sure what he meant by that, but I wasn't in the mood to overanalyze like usual. I wanted to get to the Golden Corral for my pseudo-date and get out of there as soon as possible. Jared wanted to go to an all-male review at the Riviera later, and I wanted to go with him and get Anna's mind off things, not to be stuck eating ribs. Not that I don't like ribs. I did, and that was the problem. I knew what ribs and the phrase all you can eat would do to my waistline. I looked at my reflection. My makeup was darker than normal, but then again, I was in Vegas. I felt it appropriate. I had on my new True Religion jeans, with the double row of white stitching that gave the company the ability to charge $200 a pair, because other than that, there wasn't much difference between those and cheaper jeans looks-wise. Just the price tag. Though, there was a lot of difference in fit. That's why I felt it was worth it to buy the expensive jeans, because they looked much better on me than inexpensive ones. So not fair. A sleeveless black, low-cut top, made of clingy fabric that hung in all the right places, and of course what I like to call my trademark, 4-inch red stiletto heels, with my French pedicure toes peeking out. The touch of sass to an otherwise casual outfit. Shoes make such a difference. Oversized silver dangly earrings, and a large silver cocktail ring that was shaped like a flower, which Jared always teased me about, asking if it was a satellite dish on my finger, and did it help me get better reception, completed the outfit. Everyone knows that accessories make the outfit. I felt I looked as good as I was going to, so with a final spray of Dolce & Gabbana perfume, I was ready to go. I walked out into Jesse's living room to ask Jared and Anna how I looked. Jesse was at work again. Instead, I was shocked to see Cooper, sitting on the couch with a Corona in his hand. I felt my breath catch. I looked over at Jared and gave him a, "What the hell is he doing here?" look. Jared shrugged, as if to say, "I tried to warn you, but you wouldn't listen." Then he smiled. He was going to enjoy this. He was right. I should have listened to him earlier. Not that it would have helped my shock much. "Surprised to see me, Press?" Cooper said, looking at me, knowing he was the last person I expected to see. I'm sure he relished the thought that he'd surprised me. If that was indeed what he was doing, and not coming to lecture me more about being involved in finding Ashley. "What are you doing here?" I finally asked. What was he doing here? "I was in Boston when you called and asked about the background check, and I needed to fly to L.A. to check on some other stuff. I thought I would make a detour on my way and see if you needed any help." "If I needed your help, I would have called," I said. "I believe you did." Cooper was smiling at me, which for some reason just infuriated me to no end. I looked at Jared and Anna, who both just shrugged. They liked Cooper and thought I was being an idiot pushing him away. This, no doubt, was giving him great satisfaction. "Well, we don't need your help, and I'm on my way out. I'm sorry you wasted your time stopping here." "No problem." "Is Jesse around?" Cooper asked, ignoring the fact that I told him he could leave. I think he found it amusing, my annoyance at finding him there. I didn't want to refuse his help, but his being here confused my feelings. He's at work, but he texted me a bit ago and said he should be home around midnight, Jared replied, assuming I wasn't in the mood to give Cooper any information. I was just still in shock at finding him there. You guys can sit and chat, but I've got to get going if I don't want to be late. You sure you don't mind me taking the car, Jared? Jesse had hitched a ride to work with a friend so we could use his car, and I was going to take it to meet Sweetie. Go ahead, I'm fine. If you're not back in time by the time I leave for the show, I will take a cab and you can meet me and bring me home. Or maybe I'll just take Cooper. Jared smiled at me. I'm sure Cooper needs to be getting to L.A. You never told me where you were going, Press. Ask Jared. I've got to go. I grabbed my purse and swiped the car keys off the side table and closed the door behind me. There was no way I was about to tell Cooper that I had a date. Even if it wasn't really a date. I mean, not in the sense that I was going out with the guy I was interested in. This was simply a way to get information. Besides, I was sure Cooper would be more upset I was going out with a stranger from a strip club than he probably would be about the date part. In fact, I knew he would be furious thinking I was putting myself in danger, which I could understand. But Jesse and Jared knew where I was. And Sweetie was a friend of Ashley's in some way, I suppose. Plus, he really seemed harmless. The girls at the club seemed comfortable around him. I was driving and looking at Google Maps on my phone, trying to figure out the next street I had to turn on. I needed to look for East Thompson. Jesse said the restaurant was only a few miles away. I leaned forward, squinting against the sunlight to read street signs. There. I saw East Thompson, but it was almost a second too late. Slamming on my brakes and making a sharp right turn, I waved sheepishly at the car behind me that honked and swerved around me. I hated being that driver, but sometimes it happened. Once on East Thompson, I could see a few hundred yards down the sign for the Golden Corral. Pulling into the parking lot, I could see why Sweetie wanted to get there late. It was a few minutes before 7, and the parking lot was full. All-you-can-eat rib night must be a popular night. I wasn't a big fan of buffets. I always ate too much. And unfortunately, I loved ribs, and I was starving. Not the best way to be going in to an all-you-can-eat place. I walked up to the building and saw Sweetie standing there waiting for me. He was dressed up. Well dressed up compared to the other night. And since they were at a casual family dining establishment, it's not as if he needed to be in a suit and tie. He didn't look half bad in his khaki pants and light blue button-down. The sleeves were rolled up so you could see his arm sleeves of tattoos, but it didn't really distract from his respectability, although you still wouldn't want to mess with him, as his forearms were the size of logs. "Hi, Sweetie," I said to him as I stepped up beside him from the curb. "Hi." He still seemed to be a man of few words, but he did seem to have a little smile on his face, and his eyes looked happy. It had been so dark in the bar, I really couldn't see his eyes. They were a nice blue. He still didn't have a neck, but he wasn't bad to look at. Not gorgeous, hot, and sexy like Cooper, but then very few men were. That was my problem. I had barely been able to control my excitement and then lust when Cooper appeared so unexpectedly. What was it about him that made my heart rate go into high gear? "Shall we go in?" Sweetie said, bringing my train of thought back to the present, and holding his arm out in a gesture to have me lead the way. Good manners. That was always nice. "Sure. You were right. It gets busy here early. Must mean it's good." We walked in, and the place was packed. We were finally able to find a seat, set our stuff down, and then promptly go up and got in line. I was a little nervous. These senior citizens looked hungry and weren't shy about getting in line. I was pushed more than once, but I didn't mind. It was interesting to watch. "Sorry," Sweetie said, as I got bumped for the second time. "They're really good ribs. I think folks just get excited." "No worries." I was starting to get a little more excited than I should about food. The ribs looked delicious, and there was also corn on the cob, glistening with what I assumed was a ton of butter and salt, mashed potato with lumps, green beans, complete with bacon pieces, sweet potatoes, corn muffins, and biscuits. To my right was another food table full of desserts. Cobblers as far as the eye could see. I was drooling. I started piling my plate high. Good thing I wasn't interested in Sweetie. I would have been embarrassed to eat like this in front of a real date, even Cooper for as long as I had known him. This looks amazing. It is, Sweetie replied, piling his plate even higher than mine, though he had to be at least 250 pounds, so it made a little more sense that he would eat more. Sweetie looked over at my plate, and I grinned sheepishly. I like food. What can I say? That doesn't bother me at all. I hate being with people who don't have a big appetite. Makes me look like a pig, he replied with a smile. You're a big guy. It makes sense you would eat all that, I said, sliding into my seat while a waitress came over to take my drink order. We sat in silence for a long time, just eating. I hadn't tasted such good food since last 4th of July at my parents'. The ribs were almost as good as the ones my dad made that he marinated in wickers for at least 24 hours, and then cooked slowly on the grill. Those ribs just fell off the bone. And these were about the same. My hands were full of sauce, having given up on trying to use a fork, and I was sure my face was saucy too. I didn't care. I was too busy enjoying my meal. My plate started to look empty, and Sweetie had just sat back down from his second trip to the buffet. I thought now might be a good time to start making conversation about something other than food. I needed to take my mind off getting another plate full. How long have you worked at the Pink Pony? Sweetie held up one finger as he chewed the bite of food he had just taken. 1 year. Sweetie swallowed. Yep. Well, actually about 14 months. But who's counting? What made you get into this line of work? Is it the girls? I mean, I can understand if it's the girls. They're beautiful. And if I was a guy, I would love to be surrounded by beautiful girls all day, too. No, Sweetie laughed. It's not the girls. I enjoy them. Hell, like you said, what guy wouldn't? Even your friend Jared likes to be around the ladies. But that wasn't my main motivation. I'm a career bartender, and this is a good-paying job. Plus, I make sure the girls are cared for. Many of these joints don't protect the girls like they should. That makes sense, I guess. How well did you know Ashley? Sweetie looked up from his plate and gave me that stare, the one he gave at the club that gave me the impression he didn't really want to talk. However, I felt much more comfortable with him. After all, nothing says friends like a full face of rib sauce, and the fact that I matched him almost bite for bite, that had to count for something. I think under the tough exterior, Sweetie was a big old softy. Come on, don't play dumb, I said. You knew perfectly well that I was going to ask you questions about Ashley if I went out with you. Sweetie just continued to stare. I started to second-guess myself. Maybe we weren't getting to be as friendly as I thought. Just when I was about to really freak out that I said the wrong thing, he smiled. Yeah, you're right. I knew you were a nosy broad. Broad? You better watch it, I said playfully. I knew he was joking with me. I've known Ashley the whole time I've worked there. She was there before I started. She seems like a real nice girl. Works hard, never pulls crap like not showing up or being under the influence like some of the other girls. She was always open about the fact she was a teacher and was only doing this to pay off some student loans. She always said this paid a lot better than other part-time jobs, and she hated being in debt. I was, in a way, glad to hear that. Maybe Ashley really was just dancing to get ahead financially. But then again, if she had been that concerned about paying off debt, would she have all those expensive things in her apartment? Buying that stuff would have slowed the debt paying down, wouldn't it? But then, with the money I heard these girls could make, what was a few bucks for an outfit? She always talked about your brother, too. She said they were planning a future together. She seemed really happy. My eyes teared a little at the mention of that. I was glad for Jessie's sake that Ashley seemed to love him in spite of keeping such a big secret. It made it all that more important for us to find her. Sweetie noticed my watery eyes, and he reached over and patted my hand. He did work with women all day, so it wasn't that surprising. It's going to be okay, he said. I'm sure Ashley is fine. She's a smart girl. How can you know when we don't have any idea where she is or why she's gone? I don't for sure, but I've got good instincts. Have you gone to the police? Yeah, but they won't tell us much. I'm just at a loss as what to do or how to help. You could come work at the Pink Pony and get to really know those of us that worked with Ashley. I looked at him. Was he joking? He said it with such a straight face, but he had to be joking. You don't want to see me in a skimpy outfit, or naked for that matter. Oh, I'm sure it wouldn't be a hardship for me or any guy to look at you. But I didn't mean as a dancer. I didn't know whether or not I should be offended at that. It was one thing for me to say it, completely another for a guy, and Sweetie must have noticed my puzzled look. Not that you don't have the looks to dance. You do. It just seems a little outside your comfort zone. What I meant, rather, was as a waitress. The outfits aren't as skimpy. The tips aren't bad. And you'd get to meet a whole lot of people. You have more time to talk and listen. More time to listen than if you were a dancer. Still, I don't think it's my bag. Besides, I can't get a job just for a few days. Sure you can. I do all the hiring. And I've got a girl who asked for this week off at the last minute because her mom is ill. You would be doing me a favor by helping me out. Sweetie tried giving me a puppy dog look, but the effort made me laugh rather than feel bad for him. Can I just get all my information from you? Or Michelle? I still think she's hiding something, by the way. She just wants to make sure you can be trusted. She's a very cynical gal. What makes you say that? Let's just say, I know her pretty well. Girlfriend? I asked. Sister. I didn't know what to say. And you don't mind? The dancing, I mean? I mind it less knowing I'm there in case some creep tries to overstep his bounds. She's young and sees this as a great way to rebel against our parents. They were pretty controlling of her growing up, much more than me. Being a girl, I suppose, made them more protective. So, what did your parents say? I mean, did it have the desired effect on them? The funny part? She hasn't actually told them. She just enjoys knowing herself that she could give Mom a heart attack at any time. Sweetie laughed. Pretty funny if you ask me. Sometimes that's all that matters, knowing yourself. I'm glad she has you to watch out for her. That's a nice brother. I did think it was nice. I had a pretty good relationship with Jesse over the years, though I wasn't sure he'd be as supportive of me working in a strip club, and it was because of that relationship I wanted more information about Ashley. What's your real name? What, you don't like Sweetie? It's not that. It's actually very fitting in a way. He looked curious, so I continued. Well, no offense, but at first glance you look anything but sweet. So in a strange way it makes sense. But I just doubt that's your name your parents put on your birth certificate. I guess. Although, I think your logic is a bit flawed. I'll take it. Eugene. Eugene? Yep. Eugene Franklin Grant. Named after my grandpa. Okay. No offense to your grandpa, but I can see why you have a nickname. He laughed. None taken. Where did Sweetie come from? That is actually Michelle's fault. My mom called both of us Sweetie. It's her favorite endearment. So as a little girl, Michelle picked it up. Her and my mom would walk me out to the bus stop each morning, and Michelle would scream, "Bye-bye, Sweetie!" All the kids thought it hilarious and started calling me that. Once I got over being mortified, and a few schoolyard fights later to get the kids to stop teasing me, I figured it was better than Eugene, so it just stuck. Besides, once I started to grow, no one would dare to tease me. Cute. So tell me, Presley, what is it you do when you're not in Vegas helping your brother by picking up part-time gigs waitressing at strip clubs? I live in Chicago, and I'm a bit between careers at the moment. You could say I'm trying to find myself. I'm currently working in retail. Find yourself. Is that some new agey thing? Listen here, Eugene. Don't knock it, I said playfully. I spent years climbing the corporate ladder, just to jump off the top rung without as much as a few cute firemen to catch me. Nice analogy. What I mean is, I left my job I thought I loved without a backup plan. You would think at my age I would have a backup plan, but I didn't. I wrote for an online magazine for a while, and that didn't work out so well. The magazine folded after only a few issues. Now I manage a woman's boutique. While I admit I do love the discount and fashion aspect, it's not what I want to do for the next 20 years. Though I do have some great clothes. But that's just it. I'm not sure what I want to do for the next 20 years. I shrugged. I'm sure I'll figure it out eventually. Maybe like you said, a waitress. Maybe that's my next calling. I didn't mean it as a life career, but hey, you never know. Any special guys in your life? Yes and no. How's that? It's one of those complicated things where you like each other, just the timing and all is not good and makes it difficult. Ah, I get it. You? Any special gal? There was. I recently got dumped. He smiled ruefully. The job, you know. I can imagine that a lot of girls would be too thrilled with your current place of employment. Yeah, I know. We had been together for a few years, though, and I thought she could handle it. You live and you learn, I guess. She wasn't worth quitting for? I thought maybe Sweetie wasn't the good guy I'd come to believe he was. To choose a job at a strip club over his longtime girlfriend? He must have had an idea of what was going through my mind, because he quickly said, It's one of those complicated things. I did offer to quit, and she didn't care. By that point, she thought that the fact that I would even consider working at a place like the Pink Pony meant something was wrong with me. Not very open-minded, was she? You could say that, though in her defense, most women would probably feel that way. True. I'm sure I would, even though I like to think of myself as open and trusting. I guess it just wasn't meant to be. I smiled. He was a pretty interesting guy. That wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. It was comfortable and easy. Maybe because there wasn't any pressure. I know you don't want me to keep asking about Ashley, but you have to help us find her. Presley, if I knew where she was, I would tell you. I know you don't know where she is, but you've worked with her for a long time. You have to have an idea of where she is, or what happened. Did someone force her to leave? Is she on an extended holiday with some new guy she met? I'm looking for anything here that could help us. I can assure you, she's faithful to your brother. Other than that, I don't know. No one was bothering her, at least at the club, and I would know. Will you tell me if you hear anything? Of course. Chapter 11. I opened the door to Jessie's apartment. I could hear voices as I walked down the hall, so I assumed Jessie was home, and Jared and Anna hadn't yet left for the male review show. Closing the door behind me, I set my purse down and walked into the kitchen. Hey guys, look who's finally back from her date, Cooper said, lifting a bottle of Corona in my direction and smiling. Considering he had been drinking when I left a few hours ago, he must be feeling pretty happy, I thought. It wasn't a date. You all have been sitting around drinking when I have been hard at work trying to find Ashley. And what are you still doing here? I looked pointedly at Cooper. I hardly think going on a date that includes an all-you-can-eat buffet constitutes hard work, Cooper replied. And I just got home from talking to Ashley's friend again, Jessie said. I was waiting for you to get back so we could figure out our next steps. It wasn't a date, and you didn't answer. Why are you still here? I said to Cooper. Geez, Press, Jessie said. Don't be so hard on the guy. He's here to help us. Jared was enjoying how uncomfortable I was. Yeah, Press. He has some information that could be useful. He knew I liked Cooper, In fact, that was partly what was keeping me from being nice to him. God, I wished Cooper weren't so handsome. If he was ugly, I wouldn't be so worried that he would break my heart. Though if he were ugly, I might not like him to begin with. Let's hear it then. How can you help? Jessie told me about the arrest and the guy who was trying to move in on Bud's territory. I called Simon to see if he knew this guy and how we might be able to get him off Jessie's back, especially if the guy is bothering Jessie at work. That's Simon's territory. He wasn't happy this was happening. Thanks, Cooper, I said, my attitude softening a bit. I thought about Simon, but I wasn't sure he would want to hear from me. He has no hard feelings for you, Press. He knows his dad is a dirtbag. My assignment as a writer for an online magazine had been to interview Senator Daniels. To make a long story short, the senator ended up murdered, and during my investigation I found the senator had owed the mob a lot of money. The mob in this case being Garrison Palazzo, whose son Simon had been working for Cooper. Come to find out, Simon didn't follow in his father's footsteps and was an upstanding guy. He now ran his dad's empire, the legal side of it, and was engaged to the senator's widow, Helen. Talk about complicated. So what is he going to do? He said he needed to check on a few things and would call me back. I can't believe I let you talk me into this, I yelled over the loud music to Jared. What are you talking about, Presley? This is great, Anna said. She had actually had a lot to drink, so I decided not to take her opinion on anything until she sobered up. I can't believe you got him to come, Jared replied, looking over his shoulder at where Cooper was sitting. Ha! I know, right? That's worth it right there. After all the Coronas Cooper had consumed, it wasn't hard to convince him. We were at the longest-running cabaret drag show in Las Vegas. What a drag. Featuring the queens of Las Vegas. After Jared had booked our flights, he had immediately Googled Las Vegas drag shows and came up with this one. It was at a club called the Free Zone, and it sure was hopping. Cooper had been a good sport about coming along, but he was a bit out of his element, a fact I found very amusing. It was rare to get Cooper in any situation where he was less than comfortable. I kind of liked this side of him. I felt bad going out in light of everything, but Jessie said there was no sense in all of us sitting around waiting, and that Anna needed to go out and have some fun, which was true. Oh, my God, look. It's Cher and Madonna! Jared was beside himself with excitement as he watched the female impersonators walk through the room to the door that presumably led them backstage. He was acting like a schoolgirl. I was amazed at how good these guys looked. They put on their makeup better than I did. They were able to transform themselves completely into the star they were impersonating. I wondered how the stars they were impersonating felt about it. Flattered? Or annoyed? Though, I guess it all comes with the territory. I could hear the music cue. Madonna is like a virgin. The first few notes got everyone's attention, and out on stage walked Madonna, with a mic in his hand. Woohoo! Anna catcalled. She was quickly becoming out of control, but at least at a place like this I didn't have to babysit her as much. There weren't as many guys there interested in women to bother her. Like a virgin, hey, touched for the very first time, sang the impersonator as the crowd went wild. This guy, who was the impersonator, was a great Madonna lookalike, and he wasn't a half-bad singer either. I think I'm in love, swooned Jared. You and everyone else in here, I replied. But I was wowed too. Not only did they have the looks, but they were talented as well. Cooper, what do you think? Interesting. Come on, it's more than interesting, I teased. Okay, you're right. It's definitely more than interesting. I admit, These men, women, look incredible. I would have never thought they would look so real. They sure could teach me a thing or two about makeup. I don't know about that. You always look good to me. Thanks. I smiled, wondering if it were Cooper's comment or the wine that was making me feel all warm and fuzzy. As the show continued, we were amazed by one performer after another. They all looked so beautiful and realistic. Madonna, Cher, Christina Aguilera. At intermission, the ladies came from backstage and mingled with the crowd. Jared was in heaven, and even Cooper was enjoying himself. Madonna seemed to find him attractive and was being a little flirtatious. Cooper took it in stride and had fun with it. The second half of the show was getting ready to start, and Anna, Cooper, Jared, and I had our drinks refilled, then settled in to watch. It was just as good as the first half, and there was a lot of audience participation. This was good for Anna. I could tell that, at least for a while, she hadn't been thinking about Jeff. After the show, Cooper and I waited out front for Jared and Anna, who had bought a program and were running around the place trying to get all the performers' autographs. Jared was definitely starstruck. "I got 'em," he said excitedly. "I'm ready to go. Thanks for waiting, guys." "You got all the autographs?" I asked. "That, and a few numbers, and an invite to a party tomorrow night." "You go, Jared," said Cooper, laughing. "I want In-N-Out Burger," interrupted Anna. She probably needed something in her stomach to soak up all the alcohol she had consumed. Not that I blame her. She could let loose all week, as long as it kept her from taking that loser Jeff back. We told the cab driver to take us to the burger joint, and when we got there, Anna wasn't the only drunk person with that idea. The place was packed. The drive-through line wrapped around the building twice. We sat in line $43 worth before finally getting up to the order window. This better be a good burger. The cabbie was nice enough to let us eat in his vehicle, and after a few bites, I could see what all the hype was about. "I know, right?" Anna replied, stuffing her face with fries. "This hits the spot." It's one of the things I love about traveling out west. There's just some food you can't get on the other side of the country. Chapter 12. We woke up early, which was painful after all the fun we had had the night before. I needed to drop Cooper off at the airport so he could get to Los Angeles, where he had been headed before making a detour to Vegas. He had a client meeting he couldn't push off any longer. He had wanted to talk about us, but I had kept avoiding the topic until we had run out of time. It wasn't that I didn't want to talk or try to figure things out between us. It's just that I wasn't sure what to say. Until I was, I didn't want to have the discussion. I told Cooper after we found Ashley I would sit down with him. He hadn't been thrilled, but he hadn't seemed too upset either. We both knew it could wait. After all, we had waited this long. Hopefully just a few more days wouldn't hurt. I had to admit, I already missed him, and he wasn't even gone yet. As much as I hadn't wanted him to show up and confuse my emotions, he was great to have around. Maybe we could eventually figure this out. "Before I go through security to my gate, do you mind waiting here with my stuff while I make a phone call?" he said. "I need to call back to the office." "Okay, sure. I'll wait over here." Cooper walked away, and I wondered what he didn't want me to overhear. Setting down his overnight bag, I watched as he pulled out his phone and punched in a number. "Thanks," Cooper said, and clicked the phone shut, and walked back over to where I was waiting not so patiently. I could only hear a few words of his conversation, and not enough to make out what he was talking about. What was that all about? "Just checking in to get any last-minute information I need before this client in L.A. picks me up at the airport." "You couldn't do that in front of me?" I raised my eyebrows questioningly. Some things need to stay confidential. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. I didn't believe him for a second. I was sure it was something about Ashley, so I guess I shouldn't be annoyed. I just wanted the scoop. I will call you when I'm done with my meetings tonight. Okay, I said, walking him to the security gate. He leaned down and kissed me. Stay out of trouble, he warned. As if it would do any good. He knew that by now. Then he winked at me and walked through the gate. I turned to Anna and Jared and Jessie as we were hanging out in my brother's apartment, wondering what to do next. Sweetie suggested I work at the Pink Pony for the next few days, and of course Anna volunteered to do it with me. She was all about finding things to do to take her mind off Jeff. It's exactly what she needed, a distraction. He said I could gain a wealth of information and could probably make a lot of money at the same time. I purposely had not told Cooper, knowing he would not be thrilled to say the least. What? Jessie and Jared shouted in unison. Jared leaned forward and closer to me. Are you crazy? Now, there isn't anything wrong with being a stripper, honey, but I'm not sure you're cut out for that. Anna started laughing uncontrollably. I gave Jared a dirty look. I'm not sure if I should take offense at that or not, but I'll let it slide. I didn't mean to be a stripper, you idiot. Sweetie suggested I could be a waitress, get to know the clients, patrons, customers, whatever you call those folks. He said maybe it would help us finding out something. And frankly, I could always use some extra cash. It looks like we might be staying out here a few extra days, and I might as well make it a working trip since I won't be getting paid for missing work at Silk. That was the one thing I needed to work out with James. When I originally started at Silk, there weren't any benefits, and I could understand that being a small boutique and all, but now that I was managing the place, I felt I should at least get some vacation time. I made a mental note to address it with James when I got back. I think it's a good idea, Anna exclaimed. Between the both of us, surely we will find out something. Oh, this will be fun. Are you sure he doesn't want to see you in a skimpy outfit? Jessie asked. I'm thinking the same thing, Jess, Jared said. I think our friend Sweetie has ulterior motives. Stop it, you guys, I said. He does not just want me to hang out at the club so he can see me. He's not interested in me that way. He knew Ashley pretty well. He wants to find her, too. He really seems like a genuinely nice guy. Maybe you're right, Jared conceded, but I'm sure that it's a double bonus that you would be there half naked. I decided I was just going to ignore them. Do you think it could help? That's the important question. Presley, I'm not sure it would help just based on the fact that you're a klutz, and I'm not sure that serving people drinks is a great fit for you. They aren't going to tell you anything if you're spilling stuff on them. Jared, you're so negative. I'm not that bad. Remember that time at Muldoon's where... Just stop. No need to drag up old history. Do you think it might help us find out something about Ashley? It couldn't hurt, said Jessie. Maybe she has a valid point, Jared. Jessie, I know you would do anything to find Ashley, but I'm not sure Presley being a cocktail waitress is the answer, Jared said. Besides, you know what Cooper will do when he finds out. Oh, boy, will he come unglued. It's none of Cooper's business, I said. Besides, how would he find out? I'm sure he has his ways, Press, Jessie said. And besides, it's not like Jared and I would keep it from him. Still, I think this might be worth a try, Jared. It certainly won't hurt anything, and maybe we could get lucky, and we would find something out. Jared snickered. Oh, I'm sure Press and Anna might get lucky. I think it's a good idea, and I'm going to call him and tell him we'll do it, I said, then stood and walked over to my purse to get my phone. As dialing, I said, You guys don't need to say anything to Cooper either. It's none of his business. I walked into the kitchen to have a little privacy, but I could still hear them talking. Cooper is going to flip, Jared said to Jessie. He wasn't happy when he knew she was going on a pseudo-date. I can't even imagine what he's going to say about this. I don't know him the way you do, but, like you said, based on his reaction to her date with Sweetie, he is going to flip out over this, Jessie said. But how will we find out if we don't tell him? I don't think Presley is going to. Trust me, Jessie, he will find out. He seems to know everything, especially where Presley is concerned. After a few moments, I walked back into the room. I hate to interrupt you guys, especially when I know you're enjoying talking about me, but it's all set. Sweetie said Anna and I can start tonight. The guys were right. Cooper wouldn't be happy. And he would find out. It kind of felt nice having the guys talk about Cooper being jealous of Sweetie. It meant he still cared. Not that I really had doubts, but it was nice to hear that he was jealous. Press, are you sure you think this is a good idea? Jared asked. Yes, I'm positive. It will give me a chance to talk to Michelle again and find out if anyone else knows Ashley well. Press, stop it. Enough about me and this. What about you and your issue? Besides Ashley, I mean. Cooper said when I took him to the airport that you told him the deal behind the arrest, and he was going to see what he could do to help. Yeah, he called Simon, and he was going to check on a few things. He knows of this Benini guy and his family. Simon is supposed to call me today before my shift. The tournament starts tonight, and I know this guy will begin to pressure me. How did everything get to be such a mess? He rubbed his forehead. I rubbed his shoulder. It will get figured out. Simon can get these guys off your back. He has quite a persuasive personality, and I'm sure he will find Ashley soon, and this will be all over. I looked at my watch and jumped up. Speaking of which, Anna and I need to get ready for our shift at the Pink Pony. Come on, guys, help us find something to wear. Count me out, Press. I'm not helping my sister pick out clothes, especially to wear to a strip joint. I stuck my tongue out at him. Fine. Jared, what about you? You going to abandon me too? Well, I can't say this is one of your better ideas, but I can't have you looking bad. Let's see what I can find. I remember passing a second-hand shop when I left to meet Sweetie. It was just a couple blocks away. Maybe we could find something there? I wish I would have known this was going to be what we were doing in Vegas. I would have packed my bar clothes, Anna said. We found the resale shop and started searching through the racks for something appropriate for a waitress at the Pink Pony, but not totally sleazy. And I wasn't sure that would be very easy to find. Hey, Press, what about this? Jared said, holding up an outfit. If that little amount of material could be called an outfit. I found one too. Let's try them on, Anna said excitedly, grabbing my hand and leading me toward the back to the fitting room. I must have looked apprehensive walking back there because Jared said, Remember, this was your idea. Didn't I know it? What had I gotten myself into? We pulled into the parking lot of the Pink Pony. I was more than a little nervous. I wasn't sure if it was being at a strip club that was making me nervous, or the actual waitressing part. I wasn't the most graceful person. Then the get-up Jared had convinced me to wear didn't help either. I wasn't used to showing so much skin, especially if I wasn't going to be the one drinking. I just had to remember this was all for Jessie and Ashley. Opening the car door, I slung my oversized black juicy couture purse over my shoulder, and once Anna stepped out, beeped the locks. She was just as skimpily dressed as I was, but she had an amazing body and the confidence to go with it, so she had nothing to be self-conscious about. Jessie had again hitched a ride to work so we could have the car, and I was starting to get my bearings and know where I was. It's a pretty cool feeling when you finally figure out where you're comfortable enough to feel almost at home. I pushed the door to the club open, and the darkness enveloped me. After a few seconds, when my eyes adjusted, I could see Sweetie behind the bar, so we walked over. We're ready to start our shift, I said playfully, hoping my nervousness didn't show. Hey, doll. Anna, you two ready? Nervous? No. Maybe just a little. Does it show? Anna looked around. I'm not nervous. I think this will be fun. I know this ain't your usual gig, but you both will do great. A step up from a lot of our waitresses, if you know what I mean. I don't mean no disrespect, but many of our waitresses have been in the biz a while. You two are fresh, so you can make a lot of tips, and if anyone tries to get too grabby, you come get me. I'll set 'em straight. You don't need to put up with no bullshit. Follow me. I'll show you where you can put your stuff, and introduce you to some of the other girls. Sweetie started to walk toward the back. Just so you know, I told them you were some friends who needed to make some quick cash. They won't question that? I said. Not for me. What about Michelle? She will know that's not true. She knows better than to say anything. I'm her big brother, after all. He smiled. A few minutes later, we had met some of the girls, who were all very friendly, and had been given a quick tour of the layout and how things worked around the bar. It seemed simple. I was starting with just 2 tables, and was ready, or as ready as I would ever be, I thought. I had a couple of customers, and was able to serve them without a hitch. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. I was walking back to the bar to get another round of drinks for one of my tables when I felt my phone buzzing. I had put it on vibrate. Pulling it out of my waitress apron, I saw it was Jesse. Probably calling to check up on my first night. I'm sure he thought I had already spilled drinks or broken glass, and to be honest, I couldn't blame him for thinking that way. Being graceful was not exactly my forte. Haven't spilled a drink yet, I said when I answered, bypassing the normal hello. Presley. She called me. What? She called and left me a voicemail. Did she say where she was at? I interrupted, glad she was calling, as that meant she was alive. No. She said she was fine, and not to worry, and she said something else really weird. I don't know what to make of it. What do you mean? She told me to remember to feed the cat. Do you think that could be a secret code? I didn't notice a cat when we were at our apartment. That's because she doesn't have one. She is allergic. That's what I mean. It doesn't make sense. She called when I was at a table. I took a break and saw she called. I can't believe I missed her call. Jesse, that's not your fault. At least we know she's okay. But what about the cat thing? Do you think she was trying to give us a clue as to where she was? Maybe. Listen, I've got a table yelling for me. Let's talk about this when we get back. The most positive thing is she's okay. I was thrilled we knew she wasn't, well, dead. But we still had no idea where she was, and that was a problem. I was starting to get the hang of waitressing, and it was turning out to be fun. Anna was far much better than I, but then she waited tables all through college and was experienced. It also seemed to be taking her mind off things, and for that I was grateful. It had taken me a while to get used to things, but I thought I was finally finding my groove. It was kind of fun, actually, probably because I knew I wouldn't be doing it for very long. Thank goodness. It was hard work, much harder than retail. I was wiping down a table to get it ready for the next patrons when one of the waitresses came over to me. Do you know Benini? She said. Who? I was startled, and of course I knew who he was. I just didn't think I should broadcast that, and wondered why she was asking me. Benini. He owns the club? He just walked in, and is looking you over hard. He usually doesn't bother with us waitresses. He is much more interested in the dancers, especially certain ones, if you get my drift. I looked over in his direction, and sure enough, a sinister-looking guy was staring in my direction. Benini was tall, well over 6 foot, and skinny. The kind of skinny where his bones seemed to protrude like Ichabod Crane. His suit was overly expensive. I wouldn't bet it was custom-made, but it just hung on him. He was just that skinny, and that in combination with his dark skin and jet-black hair made him look scary. Even if he weren't a mob guy, he would look scary. Just my luck. He started walking in my direction. "Whatever you do, just be nice," whispered the waitress before she walked away. She couldn't seem to get away fast enough. She must really not like him, or was very afraid. Her reaction made me nervous, but I wasn't about to let him see that. "So, I see Sweetie hired a couple new girls," Benini said to me as he looked over in Anna's direction. I stuck up my hand in an effort to be polite. He looked at me strangely and ignored my hand. I let it drop back down to my side. Obviously his employees weren't good enough to shake hands with. "What's your name?" he said. "Presley." "As in Elvis?" "Sort of." I wasn't about to give this man the background of my name, or how my mom was a die-hard Elvis fan and named me after him, and it was a poorly kept family secret. That used to drive me crazy. "And your last name?" Why the hell did he want to know so much about me? "Thurman. Presley Thurman." He paused a few seconds, and then I could see recognition dawn in his eyes. Damn it. I should have given him a fake last name. How stupid of me. He was definitely putting two and two together, and I'm not sure that was a good thing. "Don't tell me you're Jessie Thurman's sister," he said. I knew if I denied it, he would know I was lying, and that would probably be worse than if I just admitted it. "Yes, I am." "Interesting. So why are you working here? I thought you lived in Chicago." How the hell did he know that? "I came out to visit Jessie and ran into Sweetie and thought it would be a fun way to make some extra money for a while. You know, supplement my stay here." I was trying to be upbeat about why I was here, but surely he would be able to put enough pieces in place to question my being here. "Interesting," he said again. "Well, enjoy your time here." He looked like he wanted to say something else, but abruptly walked away. Interesting was right. This had been too easy. Something didn't feel right about the conversation. Anna walked over to me. "What was that all about?" she asked. "That was Benini, the guy who owns this club, and who is putting pressure on Jessie to fix the tournament," I whispered. What did he want? Nothing really. It was weird. He knew who I was, but didn't really comment on it other than letting me know he connected me with Jessie. Jessie called me, and he said he got a call from Ashley. "He did?" she squealed. "What did she say?" He didn't get to talk to her. She left a voicemail that didn't make sense. But listen, let's chat after our shift. I don't like the way Benini is looking at us. He was standing at the bar with Sweetie, definitely looking hard our way. It made me very uncomfortable, and I didn't want him giving Sweetie a hard time for hiring us.
Chapter 13. So who are we meeting exactly? I asked Jared, sitting down at his table and motioning for the waitress. I desperately needed a glass of wine, or 3. My feet were killing me. It was hard being on your feet running from table to table, especially when wearing 4-inch heels. Jared had called and left me a voicemail when I was at my shift at the Pink Pony that as soon as I got off work, I must come over there. There, being the trendy bar down the street from Jessie's. Unfortunately, I hadn't brought a change of clothes, so I had to walk around in my hoochie outfit. Anna still looked chipper, and it was killing me. So not fair. How come your feet aren't killing you? I grumbled. I was having so much fun, I just didn't think about it. It was like being in college again, and I didn't think about Jeff once. That made it all worth it. Jordan Wainwright. Jared just about squealed in response to my earlier question. He was so excited. Sorry if I'm being slow, but who is Jordan Wainwright? That hunk of adorable flesh coming through the door, that is Jordan Wainwright. Jared was staring at the entryway, almost drooling. I turned around to see who the object of Jared's apparent adoration was. He looked familiar, but I didn't know anyone here in Las Vegas. How could this guy look familiar? He walked closer, and it finally clicked. This very attractive guy walking to their table was none other than the Cher impersonator from last night. I said, turning to Jared, "Cher? We're meeting Cher for a drink? You sure didn't waste much time, did you?" "I'll have you know, he called me. Thank you very much." "Good job, Jared. I'm proud of you," Anna said, giving him a high five. "Okay, sorry," I teased. "I haven't seen you this worked up since a few boyfriends ago. What was that dark-haired guy's name? Harry? Henry?" "Henry. And the moratorium on not saying his name ever again is still in effect, if you don't mind. Now, shh. He's close enough to hear you." Jared stood up to welcome him to the table and shake his hand. "Hi, Jordan. This is Presley and Anna. They were with me last night, but I'm not sure you formally met." "I remember seeing them. I would never forget women this lovely. Good to meet you." He took my hand and kissed it, and then did the same with Anna. The ultimate gentleman. He had the knack of making a girl feel like a princess. Why did the straight guys who acted this way come off creepy, or with ulterior motives, I could never figure out. But straight or not, it was a nice feeling. I knew he was just trying to butter me up, probably to get in Jared's good graces, as if that was at all necessary. Jared was smitten. I motioned over our waitress. "Good to meet you, too," I said. "Can I get you anything?" "Ah, thanks." He turned to the waitress. "Glass of Merlot, please." "Preference on the label?" asked the waitress. "Surprise me." "Sure thing. The rest of you?" "I'll also take a Merlot," said Jared. "Me too. Anna, what are you going to have?" "I'm in a beer mood. Do you have Fat Bastard?" "Yep. I will get these and be right back with your drinks. And some waters and snacks?" "Fat Bastard? Sounds like some of my ex-boyfriends," Jordan said. "Mine too." Jared laughed. "I've had that brand before. It's an expensive beer, but very good." The waitress brought our drinks, and I took a couple sips and just savored it, then started to feel relaxation course through my tired body and sore feet. "I sure needed that," I said. "Rough day?" Jordan asked sympathetically. "You could say that." "So what brings you all to Vegas?" Jared and I looked at Anna. "Go ahead, tell them," she said. "I don't mind. It'll be peanuts compared to what I'll have to deal with when we get home." Jordan looked curious. "We came out here for Anna's wedding," I said. The groom developed cold feet. "Sorry to hear that, Anna." "Now, the reason we're still here is because of Presley's brother," Jared said. "His girlfriend went missing, and we're here to help find her." At this, I gave Jared a look. That was too much information to share with a virtual stranger. Jared just pretended to ignore me. He was good at doing that. "Really?" Jordan said, leaning forward in his chair, seeming to want more information. People loved gossip. "Yes, it's the strangest thing," Jared continued, completely oblivious to my dirty looks. "She just was here one day and gone the next." "With no idea as to where she went?" "Nope, and that's not even the weirdest thing. She is an elementary school teacher, and we found out that she was also a stripper." As Jared told the story, his voice dropped to a whisper. I was annoyed that he was using my brother's problems as a conversation piece to pick up guys. "Wow, that is surprising. Sometimes you just don't know people." He turned to me. "And your brother really had no idea?" "No, he didn't." Jared answered for me, knowing that I wasn't very happy. "Where did she work? As a stripper, I mean, not the school." "The Pink Pony. Presley and Anna are working there right now, too, to try and find out information. I wasn't sure what Jordan had been expecting for an answer, but he obviously wasn't expecting that. The look on his face was one of surprise and mild shock. I know that place. What's this girlfriend's name? Ashley Griffiths, I answered. Even though I wasn't happy that Jared spilled the family secrets, so to speak, I was now curious as to why Jordan reacted the way he did. And since he had most of the information already, what was a little more? Plus, he lived in Vegas. Maybe he could be helpful. Oh my. Jordan took a healthy swig of wine and slumped back in his chair, visibly shaken. Jared and I looked at each other. Did you know her or something? Yeah, I do. Lovely girl. You say she's missing? Since when? I don't think I could have been any more surprised. Vegas was not a small town geographically or people-wise, but it indeed was a small town. 6 degrees of separation truly existed. What? Jared exclaimed. He looked at me again, and then back at Jordan, shaking his head. Really? You know her? How? I was glad he was asking all the questions that I was thinking, because I was too paralyzed with shock to ask, but I sure as hell wanted to know the answer. This could be our big break. The entertainment community is a small one. I met her several months back when her and some of the other girls came to Free Zone to catch a show. Afterwards, they stayed around to talk to us, and we all hit it off, so we went out a few more times. She's a good gal, with a great taste in clothes. Maybe you could help us find her. I mean, if you knew her and the places she might have frequented, maybe there are people we could talk to that could steer us in the right direction, Jared said. Yeah, none of the girls who worked at the Pink Pony have been very forthcoming, I said. She didn't seem to be friends with them as much as she just seemed to hang out. I remember last time we were all together. She asked a lot of questions about the big guns in town. What? I don't understand what you mean, I said. You know, the powers that be who run the majority of things legal and illegal here. Was Benini one of them? Of course. He's one of the biggest players now that Garrison is in the pokey. What other kinds of questions did she ask? I asked eagerly. Nothing really, just that. Could you help us ask around and see if anyone has heard from her? Sure. Want to go now? I looked at my watch and saw it was close to 3:30 in the morning. Jordan laughed. Honey, bars here never close, and I know where all the after-shift hangouts are. I'm not sure I can drag myself anywhere else right now. Come on, Press. We can grab a cup of coffee, and you'll be as good as new, Anna said. Okay, fine, I said, dragging myself to my feet. Just think of Ashley, Jared said. Don't worry, Press. There's a Starbucks on the way, Jordan said, putting his arm around me. After a few sips of my 5-shot venti latte, I was starting to perk up. We were in Jordan's SUV, headed to a diner down from the Lux, or aptly called After Party. It was a typically greasy spoon, and it was packed. We walked in, and people from all over the restaurant started saying hi to him. He led us over to a table full of people who all scooted over to make room for us. Hey, Jordan. I thought you were off on Sundays, one of the guys at the table asked. What brings you out here? These are my friends, Jared, Presley, and Anna. There was a chorus for highs from around the table as we sat down. They are looking for information on Ashley Griffith. You know, she works at Pink Pony, and came in here a lot with Trixie and Pam. Oh, yeah, the blonde schoolteacher, one of the guys said. Why are you looking for her? A suspicious-looking brunette asked. She was dressed in juicy couture sweatpants in royal blue. I had the same ones in green. She's my brother's girlfriend, I spoke up. Jessie? Yep, and he's really worried about her because she disappeared and he hasn't seen her since Thursday morning. Oh, no. We haven't seen her since last weekend, and she seemed fine then. But if we hear anything, we'll definitely let you know.
Do you have a number where you can be reached at? I grabbed a napkin to write down my cell and gave it to the girl who introduced herself as Julie. We hung out at the after party for a while, and then Jordan took us to a few more clubs and introduced us to the regulars. Unfortunately, we were met with the same response almost everywhere. Everyone was friendly, and many at least knew of Ashley and were concerned. I didn't get the sense anyone knew anything they were hiding. It was almost 6 a.m. when we decided to call it a night. My espresso shots and the Red Bull I picked up before the last place were wearing off, and I was so exhausted, and my feet were numb. Everyone else was exhausted by this point, too. We went back to the hotel to sleep, though I questioned how much we would get, since it was daytime. Still, I had to get some sleep, as I was not one of those people able to function when tired. Chapter 14. Jess, we're going with you, and that's final. But Presley, I think the less you are involved, the better. Nothing's going to happen. Simon said he was going to be there, and even if I question his taste in women in this town, he can be trusted according to Cooper, and Cooper would never put us in harm's way. That night was the opening of the poker tournament, and even though it was strictly exhibition, the previous evening, when Jesse was working, Benini had sent some of his boys over to once again try and persuade Jesse he needed to work with them. Simon had called to talk to Jesse, and told him not to worry, that he would be around to make sure nothing happened, and that he had spoke to Bud just to let him know what was going on. I wasn't sure why he would need to speak to Bud, but he seemed like a decent guy, who also had Jesse's back. Jesse was still worried, but not so much about himself than everyone around him. We just had to find her. So I understand why Benini wants you to fix the game, I asked Jesse. Is it even possible to do that? It seems like there's a lot of controls in place to keep things on the up and up. His brother is in the tournament, and I'm assuming he doesn't want to take the chance he will win legitimately, because that's also taking the chance he will lose legitimately. Benini would rather ensure there isn't a way he will lose. Why wouldn't his brother want real competition? Isn't that the whole purpose of the tournament? To prove you're the best? If you don't have a real competition, then it's all fake. My guess is the money. The pot is something like $10 million to the first place player. Even to someone who has money, that's a lot of money. Holy crap. I can see why this is such a big deal then. I didn't realize the magnitude of it. Too bad I don't know how to play poker. Well, this is Vegas after all. Everything here is done on a grand scale. You should see the fierce competition for the Rochambeau contest. The what? Rochambeau. You know, rock, paper, scissors. They have a tournament for that? I asked incredulously. They have tournaments here for everything. How are you supposed to fix the game without getting caught? Good question. The getting caught part is the problem. Not that I would do it anyway, because I don't think it's possible. But what they want me to do is manipulate the cards so their guy gets the ones that will give him an edge to win. The pit boss watches for things like that on a regular table. At events like these, it's even more scrutinized. Not to mention there are cameras watching the dealer's every move. It's virtually impossible to cheat. You'd have to be a much better dealer than me to do it successfully. Then why do they think you can do it? I'm not sure they do. Maybe they want me to get caught. Why would they want that? What have you done to them? It's because they know I'm on Bud's side, and it's basically a turf thing here. We drove in silence to the casino, which was quite a feat for Jared, who never liked being quiet. He was busy thinking about Jordan, I suppose. He was in love, which for him would last all of a few weeks. He didn't have a very long attention span. What are you guys planning on doing when you're hanging out? You can't just hang out by my table all night. It will look weird. Plus, it'll freak out all the people at my table and anyone watching. These guys are professionals. They will get paranoid, and paranoid tough guys aren't a good thing. Jared and I will just go gamble ourselves. It'll be fun. Maybe we'll win a ton of money. Ha! Jared replied. With your luck, I think not. You never know. My luck could change. Maybe I could win enough to pay off my credit cards. I'm not sure there's enough money in this casino to pay off your credit card debt. What do you think, Jessie? For her credit card debt? Probably not. Stop it, jerks. I can't help it if beautiful things just call my name. Besides, it's you men who put the pressure on us women to always look amazing, Anna said. We can't look amazing without spending money. No, it's called having no willpower, Jared said. There's something about being in a casino that is surreal, don't you think? I said to Jared and Anna as we walked around. Jesse had split off from us when we arrived to go change and do his thing. The rest of us were just taking in the atmosphere, people watching. Jared looked at me strangely. I just meant that there's no sense of night or day in here, and the lights and the noise just make it seem, I don't know, like it's timeless. Time is standing still. I don't know. Never mind. It gives me energy. The energy boost probably comes from the oxygen they pump into the place to keep people awake. They really do that? That's what I heard. They want to keep people alert and gambling. Come on, I said. Let's go find where Jesse is. I know he doesn't want us to hang out, but we can at least go see him for a minute. Make him worry we're all going to hang out. Besides, I'm really interested in seeing him in action. That's not very nice, Press. Hassling the poor kid, Jared said. Since when did you worry about that? Besides, he's my brother. He doesn't expect me to be nice. True. I wonder what all these people do for a living. Are they on vacation and just see gambling as entertainment, or do they hope to make a ton of money off a quarter in the slots? I don't know, but it amazes me that in such a bad economy there are still so many people who are willing to just put money in a machine for the hope they might get money back. At least, when I buy shoes, I'm getting something tangible for my money. Press, I'm sure that these folks can rationalize their spending just like you can. I give him a dirty look, but refrain from saying anything, because he was right, and who was I to argue? We got out of the slot area and into the tables. There were so many of them, and almost all were in use. How were they ever supposed to find Jesse's table amidst all these? Over this way, Press. I see a sign that says poker tables. He must be over this way. We finally got through the maze of tables to Jesse's. The casino officials had the tournament tables roped off, and because of it being the tournament's first official day, there were a lot of people watching, so it was hard to get close enough to see anything going on at the tables. We finally pushed our way through, not making friends in the process, but I didn't care. Jared, Anna, and I were up to the rope, and finally we could see Jesse. He was in 2 tables deep, so he wasn't close enough to talk to, although that was probably against the rules anyways. But I could still see what was going on. Here to keep an eye on baby brother? A familiar voice behind me asked. I whipped around. Simon! What are you doing here? Simon didn't look as menacing as usual. He actually looked fairly normal. Maybe I was just getting used to him. Doing Cooper a favor and trying to keep Jesse out of trouble, and the bad element out of my casino, he replied, rolling a toothpick around in his mouth. Is it working? I asked. Is what working? Keeping Jesse out of trouble. I think so. You think so? Is that really the best you can do, Simon? I raised my eyebrows. I was being somewhat sarcastic and was interested in seeing how Simon took it. He wasn't the most jovial person around. Simon looked at me, and at one time I would have been intimidated, but now I was secure in the fact that he would never hurt me, even if it was strictly out of respect for Cooper. It made things much more fun. For me, anyway. I've got it under control, Presley. Did you talk to those guys? Did they say they would leave him alone? Or are you just waiting for them to show up, see you, and be intimidated? Nice to see you're as annoying as usual, Simon said dryly. If it makes you feel better, I made a few calls and let Benini know that he needed to back off. I'm here to make sure he and his boys got the message. And if they didn't? That's why I'm here. If need be, I will pay a personal visit. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Well, Simon really was one of the good guys. He had been in the world of the not-so-good for a long time, and he knew how things worked. More importantly, he knew how to make things happen. I got the feeling Simon wouldn't have a problem bending the rules a little if it meant the end result was what was needed. And I didn't disagree. Sometimes living in the gray was necessary. Something Cooper didn't really agree with, but somehow it didn't bother him that Simon was that way. They had been friends for years, since their military days. Is Helen here with you? No, she doesn't really like the casinos much, unless it's to shop or go to the spa. I had run out of questions, and Simon wasn't exactly a chatty Cathy, so we stood there in silence watching the tournament start. I was enthralled by the game. I watched Jessie dealing and found it interesting that so much transpired without anyone saying a word. I hadn't given much credence to Jessie's newfound profession, but this actually seemed to take skill. I didn't think it was something I could do. Although math was not my strong suit, I could barely add 2 plus 2 without a calculator. It seemed that to be good at this game meant having a comfort level with numbers, and being able to keep track of where the cards were at all times was crucial. I was somewhat distracted by what I was watching, but not distracted enough to not notice that Sam all of a sudden went from being relaxed, much like all the other spectators, to stiffened and visibly on edge. "What's wrong?" I asked him. "Benini's guys are here. Guess my message wasn't clear enough." I looked around. Not that I would recognize Benini's guys if I saw them, and Simon was too good to give away their location by his actions. But as I turned my attention back to Jessie, I saw his demeanor change, and he kept looking to his right. He must have noticed them, too. I looked over to where Jessie kept glancing, and saw 2 fairly normal-looking guys. Much like Simon, they seemed like regular spectators. One of the guys noticed me checking him out. He looked at me and noticed Simon next to me. He elbowed the guy next to him, who then looked over. He locked eyes, and I could tell he and his buddy knew who I was. I felt myself shiver, but couldn't look away. Didn't want to look away. I didn't want him to think I was anything but confident. He meant nothing, and was harmless. So I raised my hand and gave a little wave. Still nothing. These guys were stoic. "Come on, let's get out of here," Simon said to me, and Jared. "What?" "But those guys. They're here to watch Jessie. We can't just leave." "Presley, don't be a pain. They can't do anything when he's in the pit. He'll be fine. There's someone I need to go see, and I don't want you 2 hanging out here. Besides, let them think we don't care. Us leaving will make them wonder." "I think it's a good idea, Press," Jared said. "I don't want to hang around with those guys. They're creepy." "You'd better be right that they can't bother Jessie," I grumbled. "Trust me, he's fine. I want you 2 to get out of here." "We're not leaving." "Presley, he will be fine," Simon said. "I need to make a couple phone calls. If it makes you feel better, I will send one of my guys, and then I will go back to the pit and keep an eye on him. I just don't need to worry about you at the same time." "Since when did you need to worry about me?" "Since Cooper told me to. Now go." "What?" I exclaimed. "Presley, let's go. It's almost time for us to get back to the Pink Pony." "I heard about that. The Pink Pony," Simon said, cracking a smile. "I didn't think you had it in you." "Shut up. There's a lot you don't know about me." "I'm sure. Now go on and get out of here." Chapter 15. Anna and I started our shift at 10, and the place was hopping. I was surprised, as it was a Monday night. Though, at that point, nothing should surprise me. It was going to be a rough night. I was exhausted from being up all night the night before, and my feet still hadn't recovered. "Hey!" Priscilla, one of the other waitresses at the Pink Pony, said to me as she was walking by. "Someone at the bar has the sweets on you." I turned, thinking it would be Sweetie. He had never acted in any way but brotherly toward me, but he dropped enough hints to let me know he was interested. I almost dropped my tray of empty glasses when I realized it wasn't Sweetie, but rather Cooper, staring at me from the bar. How the hell did he know I was there? I was going to kill Jared, or Anna. One of them had to have squealed. Did they call him or something? Why was he even back in Vegas? Surely not to come hang out at the Pink Pony. He didn't have a very nice look on his face, but I was going to have to go back to the bar sooner or later to get these drink refills. He didn't look like he was going anywhere anytime soon, so I figured I might as well get it over with. Walking over, I hoped I didn't look as nervous as I felt. Sweetie gave me a sympathetic glance as I walked up. Made me wonder if Cooper had said anything to him. "What are you doing here?" I said. "I would like to ask you the same question," Cooper said. "Are you that hard up for money?" "This is a respectable job," I replied indignantly. "I didn't say it wasn't, and I love your outfit. But I seem to recall that time at Muldoon's. Geez, you drop a few glasses one time, years ago, and no one will let you forget it. Besides, you weren't even there. You heard that from Jared." "Don't try and change the subject, Press. What do you think you're doing?" "Waitressing." "Don't be difficult. Why on earth are you waitressing here?" Cooper said, his voice rising. "Why the hell do you think? I'm trying to find out more information about Ashley. I think it's called recon in your business." "Has it worked?" Cooper looked at me skeptically, raising his eyebrows. "Not yet, but these things take time. Isn't that what you're always saying to me?" "This environment is out of your element, Presley." "Oh, please," I said, rolling my eyes. "I'm fine. Besides, I have Sweetie here to watch over me." I nodded in Sweetie's direction. "I'm not sure that makes me feel any better." I looked at Sweetie to see how he reacted to that comment, and he just smiled. "Listen, I have to get these drinks back before the natives get restless," I said. "When are you done here?" "In about an hour." "I'm staying at the Harrah's, room 1543. Come over after. We need to talk." I stuck my tongue out at him. "Fine." While I was a little annoyed at his demand, I couldn't help but think back a few months to the last time I had been invited into his hotel room. Even though the conversation he wanted to have might not be at all pleasant, the memories of him and a hotel room definitely were. The rest of the night passed without incident, although Michelle never showed up for her shift. As I stood at the bar cashing out at the end of my shift, Sweetie asked me, "Going to see Lover Boy?" "Please. Love is the last thing I'm sure he has on his mind." "He might not be thrilled to see you here, but he loves you. That part is pretty obvious." "Really? You think?" "Of course. I'm a guy. I know these things." I rode the elevator up to Cooper's floor, wishing I had brought a change of clothes with me to work, although at the time I figured I would be going right back to Jesse's apartment to relax. Waitressing was hard work. Stepping off on the 15th floor, my mind wandered off the topic of the case at hand. Visiting Cooper in a hotel brought a whole new slew of non-business-related thoughts to mind. In those daydreams, he wasn't mad at all. I was sure it wouldn't be too hard to get him to forget about that. I turned the corner in the hallway and remembered last time I walked up to his room to see him outside his door, leaning against the door jamb, talking to a beautiful brunette. Hopefully that wouldn't be the case this time. It wasn't as I knocked on his door. "I'm glad you stopped by, King," Cooper said warmly, using my hated nickname, leaning in to give me a hug. Me too, I thought, drinking in his scent and loving the way his warm body felt on me. He had ditched the jacket he had on at the Pink Pony and loosened his tie, as if he meant to take it off and then forgot. He had on charcoal gray dress pants, which fit in all the right places, and a blue and gray pinstripe dress shirt. He should have taken his socks off, too, since they were burgundy. He must have been in a hurry that morning when getting ready. I could overlook mismatched socks because he looked good enough to eat, making me wish I had gone to my room to change before going there. I didn't think I had much choice. I can understand your reasoning for working there, Press, but I still don't like it. Just get over it, Coop. Like I said, Sweetie looks out for me. No one's going to mess with me. Plus, it's kind of been fun. The other girls are great. Just Sweetie? Cooper said under his breath. Oh, stop. I pretended to be annoyed, but inside was excited that Cooper seemed to be a tiny bit jealous. Besides, you need to know the truth about Sweetie. What do you mean, the truth? He's not just some average Joe, or in this case, average bartender. What do you mean? He's an ATF agent. What? Yeah, I had him checked out. There just didn't seem to be something quite right about him. What do you mean you had him checked out? I had a weird feeling about him tonight, and I had one of my guys do a background check. Cooper! Well, I wanted to know who you were spending time with. Besides, I knew he worked at the Pink Pony, and thought maybe it might help find Ashley. I wanted to be annoyed, but this was Cooper. It's what he did. He couldn't help it. I was a little flattered that he was so concerned, and he was trying to help. So why would an ATF agent be working at a strip club? I asked. I don't know, but I'm sure he's not moonlighting. They pay their field guys well enough. There has to be a reason he's undercover. He must know more about Ashley's disappearance than he's letting on. Do you think that's why he's there? Ashley didn't disappear until long after he started working there, so it's not directly related. But the reason she disappeared, and the reason he is there, could possibly be connected. There's no way to know without asking. Then can we ask him? He may not tell us. He likes me, so maybe he will, I said defiantly. I'm sure he does like you, but he's a professional, and he won't just give up information that he is gathering for his own purposes. It's his job. I yawned. So when should we ask him? Tomorrow, after you get some sleep. Cooper was right. I needed some sleep. I was dead on my feet. Some vacation this was turning out to be. I was working harder than I did at home. Chapter 16. Come on, Jessie, I said. Come with us. Jared and I were trying to get him to go to the Pink Pony with us for a few cocktails, but really to talk to Sweetie and Michelle. You know what, Jessie? Cooper said. They're right. Let's go. I want to talk to Sweetie anyway. Cooper, I warned. What? Cooper said innocently. I just need to ask him a few questions. Professional to professional. As long as you keep it that way. He's a nice guy. I'm sure. We all walked in, and the place was hopping with all the businessmen stopping in after work to unwind before heading home. Even after working there a few hours, I had a hard time realizing that this was such a norm for some people. A lot of guys weren't pervs, as I would have first imagined. Now, I don't agree with the married ones being there, but that wasn't my business. Hi, Michelle. I waved as she walked through the room, presumably to get to the back. She didn't look too thrilled to see me, and waved unenthusiastically. What's her problem? Cooper asked. That's Michelle. She happens to be Sweetie's sister, or at least that's what he told me. Supposedly she was Ashley's best friend here, but she hasn't warmed up to us much. I think she knows something she's not telling, but she pulls the disappearing act whenever I'm around. Interesting, Cooper said. Listen, you guys go ahead and sit down. I'll be right there. I need to make a stop at the bar first. Be nice, Coop, I warned. I'm always nice. Jared, Jessie, Anna, and I went and sat down, and Priscilla came over and took our drink order. I need to get Michelle to talk to us, but how? I said. You would think she would want to help us. Maybe you're right, and she's hiding something, Jared replied. Cooper returned to the table. So you're right. That Sweetie fellow isn't a bad guy. I told you. So what did you two talk about? Well, obviously this isn't the best place to have a private conversation, but he knows what I know. He doesn't seem too bothered by it, and said for us to meet him in a few hours at this bar down the street, the Brass Ring. That's a biker bar, Jessie said. Makes sense then, Cooper said. Why does it make sense? I asked, confused. Because the folks who hang out at biker bars are people who keep to themselves and mind their own business. Meaning they don't just blab, Jared said. Exactly, replied Cooper. I need to talk to Michelle then. No. Let's wait. I have a feeling we should talk to Sweetie first. Where is he? This place isn't exactly warm and friendly, I said, as we sat in the brass ring waiting for Sweetie. He was 10 minutes late, and I was glad I was with the guys. It was a rough crowd. I'm not so sure they are used to people like you here either, but don't bother them, and they won't bother you, Cooper said. You make it sound as if they're wild animals. That's probably not that far off, Press, said Jared. Nah, these guys are a little rough around the edges maybe, but they're harmless unless you mess with one of them. Which we most certainly won't, said Jessie. There he is, I said, noticing Sweetie walk through the door. Now he looked like he belonged. He waved at a few guys when he came in. Sorry I'm late. Had to have a talk with the customer, make sure he understood the rules if he wanted to come back. So why did you lie to me? I asked Sweetie as he sat down. I didn't lie. I just didn't tell the whole truth. Besides, it's not like you asked me what other jobs I currently had besides bartending. Sweetie smiled. Don't split hairs with me. You knew exactly what I was looking for when we went to dinner, and yet you led me to believe you didn't know where Ashley was. That's because I don't, Sweetie said, rubbing his hands over his shaved head in an exasperated fashion. Trust me, I wish I did. Press, give him a second to fill us in. He's here, so he must be willing to tell us something, Jessie said. Yes, please do fill us in. I, for one, would like to know what an ATF agent is doing undercover. I trust you guys to keep this quiet. I can't afford to have my cover blown. But with the field he's in, Sweetie jerked his head in Cooper's direction, I feel like I can let you in on what's going down. Yeah, I had you checked out too, Sweetie said in response to Cooper's body language. For the same reasons you got the lowdown on me. I would expect nothing less of a man of your caliber. I was assigned undercover duty at the Pink Pony to get some solid evidence on the Benini family. They're into fixing games, racketeering, loan sharking, illegal guns, you name it. If it has to do with money, they have their fingers in it, or at least attempting to. Ashley was my contact. What? Jessie almost yelled. He was so surprised by this news. She's a schoolteacher. What do you mean she was your contact? Jessie sat back, detached. All the energy seemed to drain from him. Was there nothing he really knew about Ashley, the girl he loved and wanted to spend the rest of his life with? Jessie, I'm sure Ashley has good reason for all of this, I said. I felt bad for my brother. For the first time he had fallen for someone hard enough to think maybe she was the one, and she wasn't turning out to be who he thought. She did, actually, Sweetie said. You were right about one thing. Ashley started working at the Pink Pony to pay off her student loans. However, a little over a year ago there was a drug bust here. Ashley was arrested with the rest of the girls, and for some reason they decided to use her good girl nature at heart against her. She was mortified that she had been arrested, and the detectives could see that. They thought her trustworthy and civic-minded enough to convince her to help them. She's a sweet girl, so of course she said yes. If it wasn't for that, she would have quit here a long time ago. She doesn't need the money anymore, or at least she doesn't care enough about the money to keep being a showgirl, but she didn't want to quit until the police had what they needed. See, Jessie, I said. She's not what you thought, but she had a good reason. I know, Press. This is just so hard to take in. So what happened to her, Sweetie? I asked. I think that the Benini guys have her. Really? Cooper asked. Yeah. She was getting a little close to the action, and I wasn't comfortable and told her so. but she wouldn't listen. "Now that sounds like the Ashley I know," Jess said. Sweetie smiled. "Then you know it would have been futile to get her to stop. I told her she was going too far, but she felt she was close to getting the information she needed to give to the cops and get out of the whole mess. She really wanted nothing but a normal, quiet life." "Do you know what it is she was close to?" Cooper asked. "Yeah. She told me she knew of a shipment of drugs and guns coming in from South America. She had been flirting with one of the Benini top guys. Sorry, Jessie. And he was starting to be a little careless in what he said around her. Benini wasn't too happy with him. My guess is he let too much slip, and they took her to hide her away until after the shipment." "She said something to Jessie when she called, about making sure he fed her cat," I said. "She doesn't have a cat. Do you know what she could have meant?" No. Sweetie stopped in mid-sentence and glanced to his right. He looked at Cooper, who looked back with one of those special looks, guys that are used in covert operation looks, where intricate instructions are conveyed without any words passing lips. Whatever Sweetie was trying to say, Cooper got loud and clear. "Okay, well, thanks. We'll be sure to check it out. Sounds just like the touristy type of thing we were looking for," Cooper said, standing up and tugging on my arm. Jared and Jessie took the hint and got up as well. We walked toward the door when I noticed a couple guys who must have just walked in. I didn't recognize them, but Sweetie must have, and he wanted us to leave. I heard Sweetie order a drink, so he was planning on staying. What the hell was going on? Cooper was walking briskly toward his rental car and clicked the remote entry once we got close enough. We all got in the car, and Cooper drove off, not saying anything for a few seconds. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. "What was all that about?" "I'm not exactly sure, but I recognize those guys as some heavies who work for Garrison. I'm assuming Sweetie knows that, too. Why he wanted us out of there because of them? I'm not sure, but I have a few guesses." "Wait a minute. Garrison's in jail. How can they work for him?" "Don't be naive, Presley," Jared said, leaning over the back of the seat. "Running an illegal business isn't hard from jail. Neither is a legal one. I mean, look at Martha Stewart." Jared is right. Garrison hasn't let jail slow him down. It's been an issue Simon has been dealing with. "So if these guys have Ashley, how are we going to get her back?" Jessie asked. "We have to first figure out if they have her for sure, and where they are keeping her," I said. This still wasn't any easier than it was when it first started. "We need to be careful. If Benini's guys do indeed have her, we don't want to tip them off that we've figured it out. It might make it more difficult to find her." Chapter 17. "Wake up, Press. Come on. Get up," Cooper said, shaking me awake. "What? Geez, it's barely light out." I squinted, eyes too tired to open all the way. "What's the urgency? Did you hear from Ashley?" I sat straight up in bed, all of a sudden awake. "How the hell did you get into my hotel room?" "My guys were finally able to get a handle on where the signal from the cell phone she used to call Jessie came from. It has been very intermittent, therefore hard to triangulate, but we finally got a location. I want to go check it out." He completely ignored my question about how he got into my room. I guess he had his ways. I jumped up and started throwing on some clothes over my pajamas. "Did you tell Jessie?" "No, he's still sleeping, and I didn't want to get his hopes up." "Don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, but why did you wake me to go with you?" "You never want me to go with you." Cooper laughed. "Yeah, well, I never want to take you, and you always end up coming with me anyways, so why fight it?" "Exactly. I'm glad you're seeing things my way." I walked out into the sitting area to write Jessie and Jared a note to leave on the door. There were some flyers sitting on the counter, so I grabbed an envelope and a pen and wrote on the back, and propped it up next to the door where they were sure to see it. My room was the first place Jessie and Jared would head to once they woke up, though it was early, so we might even be back before then. It had been another late night for all of us. "So exactly where are we headed?" I asked, once we got in the car. "It's a Las Vegas address. According to the GPS, it's about 15 minutes from here, so just outside the Strip. I got you coffee." Cooper nodded his head in the direction of the cup holder, where an extra-large Dunkin' Donuts coffee was waiting. "I know it's not Starbucks, but this was closer, and I wanted to make sure you had caffeine as soon as possible." I smiled. He was a great guy. "No worries," I said, bringing the cup to my lips and inhaling the aroma as I took the first sip. "This is just fine. Thank you." We drove in silence as I waited for the caffeine to kick in. I gazed out the window to see where he was taking me. "Start looking for Franklin Boulevard. It looks like it's up here a few hundred yards, and we need to turn right." "Okay." I started paying closer attention to where we were. We were driving away from the Strip, and I was surprised to see just as many places to gamble, just not nearly as nice as where Jessie worked. Vegas was wall-to-wall casinos. "Up there at the next light." "Once we turn here, we need to look for the address 5147. It starts at 3600, so we've got a couple blocks yet." "This doesn't seem to look like the best part of town, though." "That's an understatement." All the businesses had bars on the windows, and there was graffiti everywhere. "Okay, we're in the 5000s, and it looks like even numbers are on my side, so odds must be on yours. Get ready to turn left." "That gray building right there." I pointed excitedly. "Wait, you passed it. Cooper, what are you doing?" Cooper pulled into the parking lot next to the building we were looking for and shut off the engine. "I don't want to be completely obvious until I can check out the situation. No need to alert anyone we're here any more than we already have." "Okay." I opened the door and started to get out of the car. "Wait. I said I wanted to check things out first." I shut the door and folded my arms across my chest. "Fine. Get to checking." I should have known he wouldn't be easygoing the entire time. That was a lot to ask for. "I'll be right back." Cooper got out and walked back behind the buildings. I went to roll down the window. It was already sweltering at 8 in the morning, and he'd taken the keys so I couldn't turn on the air conditioning. Great. Just great. I was going to have to sit here and sweat, which was going to put me in a cranky mood. He better hurry. Cooper slid back in the driver's seat and noticed I looked very hot. He turned on the car and set the air at full blast. "Sorry, I took the keys. Habit." "Whatever. Just tell me what you found out." "The building seems empty right now, but I couldn't see. But it looks like a legitimate business. It says A-Temps on the door. Looks like some type of temp agency. Either someone here has her phone innocently, or I would bet it's a legitimate operation that's a front for something else. It's not yet the start of typical business hours, so my guess is within the next half hour or so, people will start coming in." "Should we wait and go in and see?" "See what?" "If it looks legit, what else?" "Presley, trust me when I say that it is legit. Even if it is a front for something shady, this would still be a real, thriving business. These guys may be crooks, but they are good businessmen. They aren't going to miss an opportunity to make money in any capacity." "Maybe talking to the office manager or something would give us a clue." "Not right now. I found out what I needed to know for now. That's enough." "You're so annoying. You know that?" "Yeah, I think you've told me a time or two." We were in the lobby of the palazzo, waiting for Jessie to have a break, when we heard a loud, bellowing call for Anna. "What the hell?" she said, turning in the direction of the noise. It was Jeff. What does he think he's doing? "Anna, I have to talk to you," he said when he reached our table. He was out of breath, like he had been running all over town looking for us, and maybe he had been. "Jeff, I have nothing to say to you. Why are you here?" Oh, Anna, I'm so sorry. I made a mistake. I just freaked out for a minute. I love you and I do want to marry you. Please forgive me. Are you kidding me? Not on your life, pal. Anna, I know you're mad, and I understand that. But you have to believe me when I say I was out of my mind, and I don't know what I was thinking. Jeff, I can appreciate you made a mistake, and I'm sorry, but I don't care. We're done. I will forgive you, but I won't take you back. I was proud of Anna for how strong she was being. I know it had to be hard, as Jeff had never before groveled the way he was doing. Anna, Jeff, the answer is no. Please accept that and don't make this harder than it already is. I will not change my mind, and I would appreciate it if you would leave me alone. I don't deserve you to hound me after what you did. Jeff had the saddest look on his face. He did look sincere in his effort to admit he had made a mistake, but when would it stop? I felt Anna was doing the right thing. He walked away, and Jared and I looked at her for a minute. I kind of wanted her to be the first to say something, as I wasn't sure what I should say. That was unexpected, she finally said. I agree, I said. How do you feel about that? Anna paused for a few minutes. Damn wonderful. I feel like I got the last word in. A big smile broke out over her face. I know it probably sounds mean, but I'm glad he wanted me back. And I'm doubly glad I didn't care. Good for you, Chickie, Jared said, reaching out and patting her hand. Proud of you, Anna, for not giving in. Chapter 18. Shouldn't he be here already? I asked Cooper, who was sitting calmly next to me, as if he hadn't had a care in the world. Relax, Press. He'll be here. He's only 5 minutes late. We were waiting for Simon to meet us at the coffee shop at the casino Jesse worked at. He and Cooper were meeting about Benini's guys and what was going on, and Cooper wanted to tell him what we found this morning, though I wasn't exactly sure what it was we found. He seemed to think it meant something. Jess was at work, morning tournament practice, and Jared and Anna had gone to lay by the pool. In fact, there he is. Cooper raised his hand in a wave as Simon walked through the entrance. Sorry I'm late. I had to drop Helen off at Nordstrom's, and the traffic was a bear. Can I get you some coffee or anything, Simon? I asked. I thought I would play the part of nice hostess, so Simon and Cooper could spend a minute catching up. That would be great. Just a large, bold house blend. Anything in it? No, black is fine. I walked over and placed his order, giving the barista Jesse's employee code. That sure came in handy. If I got 50% off coffee all the time, my habit would become 10 times worse. I got the coffee and delivered it to the guys along with some biscotti and cookies. They hadn't asked for treats, but I couldn't help it. They had looked too good in the showcase. So what are you guys talking about? I asked, reaching for a biscotti. It's not surprising that Benini is trying to align himself with Garrison being behind bars. Garrison has always been the biggest influence in town, and Benini has aspirations to that #1 spot. I sipped my coffee, interested in how Garrison continued to impact the lives of people I knew, even from behind bars. The reach just baffled me. I took another sip of my rich coffee. This was surprisingly as good as Starbucks. Wouldn't he be afraid by using Benini he would lose that number spot by giving away too much power? Not really. Garrison has people everywhere, ones who are loyal to a fault. He's been in the game long enough to know how to leverage his power and yet keep control. And you think Benini is putting heat on Jesse because of what happened back in Alcon with the senator? Cooper said. It looks that way. Garrison had a lot vested with the senator, and not only did he lose a significant amount of money and power, but it also landed him in jail. Not something that makes a person, especially one like him, very happy. It also didn't make him look good. And in this town, appearances are everything. Is there anything that can be done to get Benini off Jesse's back? I asked. I'm going to talk to a few people and see what I can do. These guys aren't above hurting people to get what they want. And so far, they have not been inclined to listen to any subtle hints that they shouldn't be hanging around my place. Simon had managed to find out that Ashley had become close to one of Benini's men, closer than Benini liked, because he had taken a fancy to her himself. He thought she might have come across some sensitive information, that he was afraid she would tell others, and that might have upset Benini, and his guys might be holding her somewhere. One more thing to throw Jesse for a loop. I hadn't told him yet because I didn't want him to be hurt by thinking Ashley was involved with another guy. It seems like she was willing to do a lot as a citizen to help out the local police. Both Simon and Cooper had talked to the police, and they weren't any farther along than we were. Though Simon said you had to be careful as you never knew who on the police force might be in Benini's or Garrison's back pocket. This is so frustrating, I said, as we were sitting around wondering what our next move was. After Cooper and I met with Simon, he had dropped me off at the hotel, not by my choice, saying he had things to do. I tried to get him to let me come with him, but my arguments didn't work, and I could tell he was in one of his moods, and I wasn't going to change his mind. Sometimes I knew when to give in. I found Anna and Jared grabbing some lunch at the hotel cafe. Maybe we should hit some more of Benini's clubs, ask some questions, see if anyone knows anything. Jared, we can't very well go in there and just ask people if they know what happened to Ashley. There's too big of a chance that it will get back to Benini. He's got spies everywhere. I'm sure especially in his clubs. All this sitting around and waiting isn't getting us anywhere. I say let's do it. I'm not sure Cooper will like it. Since when do you care what Cooper wants and doesn't want? Press, Anna said. I have to agree with Jared. I think we need to take some action. Come on, Press. Cooper will get over it. He always does where you're concerned. Okay, fine, I said, resigning myself to the Cooper being pissed later, and I did privately agree with them that the sitting around was killing me. At least if we were talking to people, I would feel like we were doing something. But don't think I won't make him yell at you both with me. Now our only problem is, how do we know what clubs Benini owns? Taken care of, girlfriend. Jordan hooked me up, and here in my hand I have a list. Jared pulled a folded piece of paper out of his pocket and spread it out on the table. Wow, Anna exclaimed. He owns 6 clubs. 7 if you count the Pink Pony, but not all are strip clubs. Benini is very diverse. There are a couple of restaurants and a plain old bar included on this list. How should we prioritize? I wondered out loud. Jordan thought of that too. He is one smart cookie. He said our best bet of finding people who know Ashley would be at the other strip clubs. He said the girls tended to work multiple locations. He then put the strip clubs in the order he felt would be best. That was nice of him to spend all that time putting the list together, I said. Yes, it was, Jared replied. So what's up first? Asked Anna. First stop, the Double D. I even have them all mapped out. Did Jordan do that too? No, I did. I knew you wouldn't stay idle for long. We decided to cab it since it was heavy traffic time on the strip, and we had no idea where we were going. The expense would be worth the frustration of traffic dodging and getting lost, which was bound to happen if we drove. The Double D was almost a carbon copy of the Pink Pony, maybe a little seedier, but frankly, it was hard to tell. We had decided on the way over we would just ask if anyone knew Ashley, and if they did, had they heard from her lately. As long as we stuck together, even if we did run into Benini or his goons, not much could happen. I had left Cooper a message at the front desk of our hotel, so he would know what we were doing. Even though I knew he would be mad, I wasn't stupid enough to not tell him just in case. We walked up to the bar, as I figured the bartender would be the best bet for getting information. This had not worked yet, unfortunately, No one had heard of Ashley at either the Double D or the second club we went to. But at the third, the Joker's Wild, I was feeling lucky. Rather, I was trying to keep my spirits up, so I was pretending to feel lucky. "What can I get you?" said the bartender at the Joker's Wild. "We're looking for a girl named Ashley Griffith." "Doesn't ring a bell with me, but let's see." The bartender waved at one of the girls and motioned her over. "Darlene, these folks are looking to find someone by the name of... What was that name again?" "Ashley Griffiths." Darlene looked surprised, but the look quickly left her face. "Yeah, I know Ashley. She works at the Pink Pony, doesn't she?" she said offhandedly. Yes, that's her. Have you seen her lately?" I asked excitedly. This might be her big break. "I haven't seen her in a while, but she called me 2 nights ago." I looked at Jared and Anna. This was news. If this girl talked to Ashley 2 nights ago, then it was after she disappeared, from us anyway. "What did she say?" Darlene looked at me strangely, so I explained. "Ashley is my brother's girlfriend, and she's been missing since Thursday, or at least no one has seen her since then, and we've been searching all over for anyone who might have seen or talked to her. We're really worried." It also occurred to me that Ashley had called my brother a couple days ago, too, so somehow she had a chance to make phone calls wherever she was at. Darlene shrugged. She didn't say much, that if anyone asked me if I had heard from her, that she had went back home for a visit. Did she? Go home? It didn't make sense to me, as I knew Jesse had called her parents a couple times. He had been subtle, not wanting them to worry, but they hadn't said she was there. "What's your brother's name?" Darlene asked. "Jesse Thurman, and I'm Presley." Why was he named Jesse? I just looked at her. What a strange question. Was this a test of some sort? Jesse was common, so no one ever asked about his name like they did mine. He was named after Elvis's twin brother who died at birth. "Bob," Darlene said to the bartender, "I'm taking my break now." "Follow me," she said, walking over to an empty table in the corner. We sat, and a waitress approached. Darlene looked at us apologetically. "No worries, we know the drill," I said, ordering 2 vodka martinis, each for the 3 of us. It was a small price to pay if Darlene actually had some information about Ashley. Hell, I would have bought a round for the entire place if I thought it would help. "I take it you know something." Ashley and I have known each other since college. We don't talk often, but we're the kind of friends who can go months without talking, then one of us will call the other, and it's like no time has passed. I nodded. I had friends like that, though I did wonder why Darlene was working here if she had been at college. Surely this wasn't her career plan. So I wasn't surprised the other day when Ashley called and asked me to do her a favor, she continued. What was that? I asked eagerly, taking a sip of my vodka tonic and grimacing. I liked this drink, but the first taste was always so potent. She said that if someone came in looking for her and could answer that question, to give them this. Darlene pulled out of her bra a piece of paper and handed it to me. I guess that was her best place for safekeeping. My hands were shaking, as I was nervous to see what the note contained. It's my writing. She told me what to say, Darlene said. What are you waiting for? Open it, Jared said anxiously. I unfolded the paper. The letter wasn't very long. Don't keep us in suspense. What does it say? Jared said again. Okay, I said, and started reading. Jesse, I hope you are the one getting this message, and first I want to apologize for not telling you the truth about some of the things I was doing in my life. I never meant to hurt you, and I hope you can bring yourself to forgive me, or at least give me the chance to explain. For now, know I'm safe, but only for as long as Benini can't find the tape. You need to get the tape before they do. And please, don't forget to feed the cat. My life depends on it. Love, Ashley. I stopped reading. Is that it? Asked Jared. That's it, I said, flipping the paper over, hoping more concrete information would appear somewhere to no avail. She didn't say anything else, I asked Darlene. No. Listen, I gotta get back to work. Anything else you need? No, thanks, Darlene. Here's my number. Could you please let us know if she contacts you again? Sure. Just do me a favor and don't tell anyone I'm helping you. It's not smart to cross Benini, and I don't need that. She walked away. This doesn't tell us anything, Anna said dejectedly. She mentions the cat again, I said. I don't get it. It's got to mean something, Anna said. We just aren't figuring it out. Chapter 19. Anna and I heard a knocking at the door. Who could that be? Anna asked, getting up to answer the door. We were sitting in my room waiting for Jessie to get there, as we were determined to figure out what Ashley meant by her repeated comments about feeding the cat. We knew we were overlooking something obvious. We had to be. Anna opened the door, and the two detectives were standing there. What the hell were they doing here? I stood and walked to the door to greet them. Can we come in? Said Detective Eaton. Sure, Anna replied. What do we owe the pleasure of this visit? I said. Have you been at the Pink Pony lately? Detective Eaton replied, without answering my question, something I was used to from Cooper, but it didn't make it any less annoying. Yes? Why, is that a problem? I was a little on edge that he was questioning us like this. It just felt accusatory, and as far as I know, we hadn't done anything wrong by working there. Why have you been there? He ignored me again. If you tell me why it seems to be a problem, I will be more than happy to tell you why I've been there. Anna, too. Detective Eaton gave a big sigh. I sensed he didn't want to tell me, but also that he didn't have a choice in the matter. I had been involved in enough police stuff that I knew I didn't have to answer his questions unless he read me my rights and arrested me. And although I didn't know his motive at that moment, I didn't think that was his plan. These guys were looking for some kind of information. Have you found anything out about Ashley? I added. The answer to that question was more important to me than any other. No, but we have some leads, said Detective Grady, and Detective Eaton gave him a dirty look. We were just wondering why you are interfering. It makes our job that much more difficult. How are we interfering just by hanging out there? Be honest, ladies. We know you're not just hanging out there to pass the time. You're snooping around and asking questions. I put my hands on my hips, feeling a little defensive. How else are we supposed to find out what happened to her if we don't ask around? By leaving the detective work up to the detectives, your asking questions isn't going to go unnoticed, and that is going to make finding Ashley that much harder. I begrudgingly realized he had a point, especially our trip to Benini's bars yesterday probably didn't go unnoticed. And if Benini really had Ashley, well, I didn't want to think about the possibilities. We fully understand you want to find Ashley, Detective Eaton said, in a much nicer tone, but you don't realize who you're dealing with, and you could be putting yourself in danger. Detective Eaton lectured us for a few more minutes, without giving us any useful information about Ashley. Maybe he didn't have any, but I figured it more likely that they just weren't going to share what they knew. Anna and I had been talking, and we were pretty much over working at the Pink Pony anyway, because it wasn't getting us any closer to finding Ashley. I planned to call Sweetie that day and let him know. Even though working there hadn't really helped us to find Ashley, it had been a great experience, and Anna and I met some really interesting people. "What are you wearing to the casino?" Anna said, interrupting my thoughts. We were getting ready to head over to the casino to watch Jessie again. "Casual, my diesel jeans and gray t-shirt." "Jeans? In this weather? I don't even know why you pack them." "It's freezing in the casino with the air conditioning." "True. It's just hard to find something that isn't dirty. I need to take advantage of the hotel's laundry service." We already had stayed 3 days past our original return date. Anna had the entire week off, as she could have been on her honeymoon, and I called James, my boss, and requested the same. He hadn't been thrilled, but he didn't really have a choice. Right now, I was his only option. "So we meet up again." I whirled around at the familiar voice and came face to face with Benini, not someone I wanted to run into, especially by myself. Granted, I was in the casino with a lot of people, but Jared and Anna had gone off to play some slots, and not really being my thing, I thought I would just walk around and take in the atmosphere. The people watching never got old. "Hi," I said. Not very eloquent, but I had no idea what to say to him, and just wanted him to go away. "Here to watch the tournament, I assume?" "Yes." "Your brother is a good dealer." "He's good at a lot of things." "So I've heard." Benini looked at me. "I've heard you've been frequenting some of my clubs." I shrugged, not wanting to give him an answer either way. "Why so interested in me?" he asked. I was sure he didn't mean that and was playing games. "You find it odd I would enjoy your clubs? I know you've been working at the Pink Pony. Why, I still don't think I totally understand, but you're not the typical type that hangs out at my clubs." "What type is that?" I asked. I didn't really want to have a conversation with him, but wanted to see what he was thinking. "I think you know. Now, why are you asking questions about Ashley Griffith?" His voice dropped some of the friendliness it had a few seconds ago. I looked around, hoping to see Jared or Anna. Not that they were a match for Benini, but he couldn't do anything to all of us in a busy casino. He stepped a little closer and grabbed my arm. "Answer me. Why are you asking about Ashley Griffiths?" "Why are you asking me? You know she is my brother's girlfriend, and you should know, as her employer, that she hasn't been around in a few days. Jessie is worried, and we were trying to find out where she is." I thought the truth couldn't hurt, and it sounded innocent enough. I just wasn't going to tell him we also thought he might be behind her disappearance. Simon walked up. "What's going on here?" I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Good timing on his part. "Presley and I were having a little chat. Seems that we have a few things in common." "I doubt that, Benini. I meant what I said. You need to stay away from my casinos unless you are purely here to play the slots or taking a show." Simon. What makes you think that's not what I'm doing? Presley and I were having a friendly conversation here. Somehow I don't believe you. Don't push your luck with me. Simon looked menacing, but Benini seemed to take it in stride. Okay, Simon, have it your way. For now. He looked at me and grabbed my hand and kissed it. Until we meet again, my dear Presley. I shuddered. I hoped that was never. Benini walked away, and I turned to Simon. Good timing. What were you doing talking to him anyways? He said, scowling. Get real, Simon. It's not like I wanted to have some big conversation with him. He just spotted me and took it upon himself. What did he want? He asked me why I was asking questions about Ashley. I told him the truth, that she was Jessie's girlfriend and had been missing for a few days, and we were worried. That's fine, I guess. Just try to stay away from him and his people. Trust me, I have no desire to run into him. Chapter 20. This is kind of exciting, I said to Jared and Cooper as we watched Jesse deal. The Texas Hold'em tournament had started officially, and there was a whole different feel in the air than the previous night. The guys and gals, and yes, there were gals, which was one of the first things that surprised me, as I had incorrectly assumed poker was more of a guy thing. When I thought of poker, old men smoking cigars and admiring the velvet painting of dogs on the walls doing the same came to mind.